Yo, what's up, chat? Grand finals today. Hold up, chat. Is the sun in? Is the sun? I think. Never mind. Never mind. I think I'll get. Is this showing a screen? Sure. Okay, chat. All right. 2 minutes before like the broadcast starts. So yeah. All right, chat. Here are my predictions. I'm just gonna do top five. Top five. Okay. Five. See, top five. Okay. Let me get in a minute. There we go. So top five, chat. Oh, wrong thing. Top five. First place. Shark and Teeny. I'm going Shark, the GOAT. Shark and Teeny. Fully uncontested Calamari Canyon. Sure, there's like kids over here fighting, over there fighting. Uncontested team, there and there. But like, I still think they're gonna get first place with their dominance, you know. I'll say second place. I'll give it to Vico and Malabuka just because like they're still so consistent. I'll give third place to Sky and Scroll with a uncontested literally everybody lands here and pubs drop. I'll give fourth place to where's Swizzy and Pixie? Oh, there they are. I'm gonna give fourth place to Swizzy and Pixie with a little split over here at the Battlewoods, and then fifth place. I'll give fifth place to Marius and Ferdoxy. Marius and Ferdoxy or Focus and Thomas. So yeah. All right, chat. We're gonna watch this video real quick. We're gonna watch it real quick, okay? All right.
The FNCS Major 2 finals are finally here. New champions will be crowned and even more players will secure their spot at this year's Fortnite Global Championship. Let's take a look at some of the top competitors going into this weekend's finals. Starting in Europe, there's no shortage of incredible storylines to watch unfold this weekend. Shark and Teeny have looked destined to walk away with the Axe of Champions throughout this year. Time and time again, they've been right at the top, but never quite managed to get over the line. Having placed second in 3 of the 6 games in Heat 1, followed by a VR to round things out, could Major 2 finally be the moment they claim their first Grands? Standing in their way are Sky and Scroll. After falling short at the Major 1 Summit in Dusseldorf, they'll be looking to bounce back immediately. Although the Heats are off to a shaky start, Scroll can seemingly always be relied upon for much-needed solo clutch points when it matters most. And a win this weekend would prove their online dominance is far from over, with back-to-back FNCS Major victories. It wouldn't be an FNCS Major Finals without Mr. Savage, and Major 2 is no different. Alongside his duo Truly, they had a tough time in Heats and had to battle their way through the last chance lobby while contested by Tayson and Mustache. In Game 4 of 5, their persistence paid off, with a victory royale and 8 eliminations to send them straight through to the Grand Finals. Momentum can be everything in competitive Fortnite, and I'm sure they'll be hoping to carry that run into the finals. But if anyone has a claim to being Europe's team to beat, it's Vico and Malabuka. Fresh off their land victory.
Okay, guys, just so y'all know, remember, Grands, it's a 2-day format. So we have 6 games today, and then we have 6 games tomorrow. So whoever's in first place tomorrow basically wins the whole thing. So, like, yeah.
In Dusseldorf, a major title immediately afterwards would leave little room for debate and would set themselves apart from almost every duo going into this year's Global Championship. These are just some of the EU duos from an absolutely stacked lobby in this major finals. I mean, you also have Fredoxy and Marius, Thomas HD and Focus, Chino, and Pablo Wingu. The list goes on, and every one of them has what it takes to make a deep run and shake up the leaderboard.
After that second place,
in NA Central this major, the competition is deeper than ever. With a whole host of duo changes leading up to Major 2, it feels almost impossible to say who will take home the title. Multiple FNCS winners Peterbot and Poyo will no doubt be determined to go one better after finishing runners-up at the Major 1 Summit. Although we've seen veterans like Venno move to NA before, Major 1 proved that he's still one of the best IGLs around by taking then duo partner Curve to his first FNCS Major title. In Major 2, however, Venno will be searching for the back-to-back alongside Aegis, while Curve will be trying to prove his skills in the server with Higgs to see if either duo can keep that Major winning momentum alive. And it seems their skills know no bounds, with Higgs and Curve securing a first-place finish with a huge 21 eliminations in Heat 3. Meanwhile, ex-duo partner Clix alongside new teammate Rapid also showed they have a point to prove in a stacked Heat 3. Surging into GRANDS with a massive 11 elimination win in Game 3. European superstar and reigning global champion Queasy is also making waves across the Atlantic. With multiple FNCS titles in Europe and now alongside Victor V, he'll be looking to add an NA title to his already incredible track record. Golden Ritual, Acorn and Bolts, Reet and Cooper, there are almost too many names worthy of being in the title conversation. And with Global Championship qualification on the line and some of the biggest names in Fortnite all fighting for the trophy, the stage is set for an unforgettable FNCS Major 2 finals. Tune in on August 1st to watch the chaos unfold.
All right, chat. All right, they're live. Okay. There we go, chat. Day 1. They're live, bro. Should I put on theater mode? What does theater mode look like? Theater mode just looks like that. Default. Full screen. Looks about right. Wait, are they live? Could have sworn they're live. All right, chat. Are y'all ready? Major 2, finals, day 1. Well, we have 9 minutes this time. All right, chat, I just put in a poll real quick. What up, chat? It's going down for some reason. Top 5? All right, I'm gonna give top 5. So 6th place, I'll give it to I'm gonna give it to Rax and Yanis. Like, I did see DJ's video on Rax. Because like ever since he moved to the boot camp, he's been on fire and stuff. Yeah. And I'll give it to Hari and Cammy, Captain Flixie, Pablo. I'll give 10th place to Saez and Scary because like they're looking good. All right, chat. So yeah, chat. What y'all see on the screen? So chat. This is the play-ins. There's 11 matches. And if you get top 150, you qualify to the heat. And then you get separated into one of the 3 heats. Top. So basically, there's 5 games in each heat. If you win a game, you qualify to the finals automatically. Oh, hold on, let me pull it up real quick. There we go. That working? There we go. All right. Where's it at? That's different. Okay, so in the heat, you basically just have to get top 15. But if you win a game, you automatically qualify to the finals. But if you still remain consistent in the top 15, you'll qualify to the finals as well. But if you didn't qualify, you had to play the last chance, which was this past week, and now we're today and tomorrow, which is the finals. So yeah, all right, chat. Science and Scary, Pixie and Swizzy, Minori and Darkos, Axe Force and Devs, Pablo, Kiro and Watts, Ari and Kimmy, Random, Adil and Jew, Focus, Carmen Demis, Vigo Malabuca, Random, Strokey and Noah Riley, Ping and Ghost, Marius and Foxy, Team Nagiras, Random, Huddy and Fishy, Pix and Byron, Chap and Flixie, I Drop and Gonzo, Random, Hellfire and Winter, Nebs and Nathan, Random, Fucking Hydro, Hassan Turtle, and yeah, first place it's $120,000. So like just so you guys know how it works, one person, each person gets $60,000. Oh yeah, and then not just that, but they're also titled FNCS champions. And then they also get FNCS. They even get the FNCS pickaxe this one. Looks so cool. It's not even in the shop yet. Oh yeah. Wait, let me show you the pickaxe again. Look, so this is what I'm talking about. FNCS pickaxe 3.0. Talking about this pickaxe right here. Axe of Champions 3.0. So yeah. So yeah, chat. I'm very confident in Shark and Teeny for taking home first place, bro. And then I'll say Sky and Scroll still get top 5. Cause like, yeah, I just feel like someone else should win, like Sharkatini, because they've been so consistent as well. But like, I don't know how they did. I don't know how they did during the eval stuff. How did they do? Let me check. Actually, I'm not gonna check because like it's almost time for the pre-show. Oh, bro. They're like a chat. It's called the Sun chat. Just so you guys know, I put a poll in the chat so that way y'all can answer. So yeah. 1 seconds. Oh yes. Go, bro. Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, bro. FNCS time, baby. Oh. They changed the song too. I think these are new clips, no? Yeah, these are new clips. These, oh my goodness.
50 of Europe's best are ready to do battle, but only one pair can wield the axe of champions on Championship Sunday. Welcome to day 1 of the FNCS Major 2 Finals. Oh, it's time for the calm before the storm. And the calm and the zen is going to be brought to us potentially by Takata and Mini Minor on the desk with me today. Takata's feeling calm because my heart is beating fast for these duos.
Major finals is never calm, Frankie. This is what we've been waiting for throughout the whole major, and I'm excited for it to finally be time.
Mini Minor, we've done this so many times now, but it never feels any less exciting.
Yeah, it's always really exciting. I always look forward to these days. First day of Grands. This is what the whole season builds up to in terms of all those Div Cups, all those performance evals, of course, the heats, the last chance qualifiers. This is really where we get to see who is the best of the best.
Yeah, actually, talking of the format, let's bring it up so people can see. But just in case they're just joining us for the grand finals, they've missed out on the group stage. Obviously, we broadcast all the heats to Carter. We didn't broadcast the playing stage. But, I mean, last chance, for example, it's just been electrifying.
It has. So everyone who was in Division 1 could play in that play-in stage, and that qualified them to 3 separate heats, which we were broadcasting. Top 10 qualified through consistency each heat, and the 5 duos that won a match during those heats also qualified to the major finals today. But Mini, there was also a last chance qualifier.
Yeah, there was. That last chance qualifier was absolutely electric, like it always is. 5 games, 5 victory royales, some big teams making it through, and of course some big teams not making it through as well. So a few upsets, like always in last chance, but that was of course the way that formulated here our grand final lobby.
Yeah, and it means that we're going to see some new faces in the lobby tonight to get excited about. We'll introduce you to some of those shortly, but let's talk about what they're playing for. active champions a spot at the Global Championships in Antwerp if they haven't already qualified via the summit back in Düsseldorf in May. And also, of course, the prize pool, Mini Miner.
Lots of money. Yeah, lots of prizing. You know, this is, of course, big money for these players. $120,000 for our winning duo today. Of course, you mentioned it, the active champions. That pride of winning an FNCS will, I'm sure, be the sort of the main thing that these teams are going for. But it's nice to see all of those sort of different placements to get a really big chunk of change here for competing today. But like you alluded to as well, Frankie, those global championship qualification spots, really excited to see who can take those home after this weekend as well.
Well, Europe popped off in Düsseldorf as if there was ever any doubt. 9 duos qualified. So let's take a look at them because they're all going to be in the lobby tonight, Takata.
Yeah, and look at these names. I mean, Sharktini, Sky Scroll, Swizzy Pixie. You've got some titans on this page, but what's interesting to me is that 9 duos qualified to the Global Championship this weekend, but if any of these duos that you see on the screen, and these are big duos, Minnie, if any of them are in that top 9, it goes down. So it could even be maybe a top 14, top 15. Like, who even knows what the actual position will be to qualify?
I mean, we could be looking at top 18 if all 9 of those duos manage to qualify within the is a pipe dream. We're a long way off from seeing that final leaderboard. However, everyone is talking about this particular duo who've already qualified. They might not have won the summit, but when it comes to Major 2, they are winning all the plaudits. And it's really exciting for them tonight because they're uncontested, Mini Miner, and terrifying for everyone else in the lobby.
Yeah, they are. You mentioned it, uncontested. They are now uncontested finally here. This Grands, of course, last Grands, I feel like they were a little bit overshadowed. They're as good as they are now last season, and they were as good. But of course, just because Sky and Scroll were that much better than the rest of the lobby, they did get a little bit overshadowed and almost forgotten about in loads of different ways. And even in that major finals, you mentioned it, they were contested, of course, by Hutty and Fishy. They went down on Spawn in 4 out of 12 games. So we only got to see 8 games of Shark and Teeny last Grands. This time, though, Takata, they are uncontested at Calamari Canyon. So we should have a little bit more success from this duo, this Grand Finals. There's no doubt that these guys are the favorites as well.
Yeah, I'm scared for the rest of the lobby, and I'm not even playing today, okay? Shark and Teeny have been looking absolutely lethal coming into these major finals with expectations higher than we've ever seen. I mean, even in the heat, 61 eliminations, over 15,000 damage. To put that into perspective, the second most eliminations of any duo is Rax and Yanis at 28, which is less than half what Shark and Teeny had. And I mean, Rax and Yanis, they even played all 5 games out, Minnie.
How did they get
they did, and that was an incredible heat run from Shark and Teeny. And it's sort of nice to see Shark now finally being one of the favorites for EU. I know we spoke about them, of course, last season going into the summit as well, but it's nice now to see Shark actually live up to that sort of title that he's been sort of given for so long. He's been an up-and-coming fragger for a long time, now cemented himself as probably the best player on the region. And it sort of takes me back to when Vico was that sort of up-and-coming fragger. Remember then he was paired up with Flixie, and they then won that first major that they were really sort of thought of as favorites. And then, of course, then we know how Vico's career went and spanned on from that. So I can see this as sort of the catalyst here for Shark. Winning this FNCS, could he have a very similar career to Vico, if not even better? So really excited about these guys, and of course, Shark in particular.
I mean, Vico, he's about 4 years older than Shark, which is crazy to think about because Vico right now, top of his game. Alongside Malabuka, they won the summit, Takata, and they won it in style. Let's remind ourselves of the numbers.
It's crazy. I mean, you can see first place, 33 eliminations, average placement of 10. This duo was electric. They were almost shadowed a little bit throughout summits since Sky and Scroll were leading for so long. But not only did they win summit, they got 3rd place major 1. And when you think of both of these players, you think experience. But what makes this duo such a threat for everyone else in the lobby isn't how long they've been playing. It's that they can not only perform in trios, with Malabuka winning a major 1 last year, and the year before that in duos, but Vico also winning Major 3 2024 duos with Flixie. I mean, both of these players can adapt to whatever is thrown at them, and they will make minimal mistakes. But there is an interesting trend to Malabuka.
Yeah, there is a really interesting trend. Before I get to that, of course, Malabuka qualifies at every single one of those LAN events since the Invitational. Very much the similar case with Vico as well. A little bit mixed performances, right? Ups and downs, you have to say. But because they played at that level, this sort of level of lobby won't be a concern for them. They won't be nervous because, of course, they played at a higher level. You mentioned it right there, Takata. Malabuka's sort of trend in these seasons does tend to be that he has a really good Major 1 and then just sort of tapers off throughout the rest of the year. So again, very similar this season. It seems this year, this chapter had a really, really good Major 1, a really good Summit, of course, as well. So it's going to be important for Malabuka to sort of see if he can stop that trend of sort of tapering off throughout the rest of the year. This season, a little bit mediocre coming into the grand finals. Haven't been on their top game. Of course, they were away on holiday, and I think they attribute a lot of that to that. But coming into the major finals, they won their first game in their heat. They are looking primed up right now, and I'm really excited to see
19 years old. How old is Malabuka? How old is Malabuka? 20 years old. Oh my goodness.
The favourites in Major 1, the favourites at Summit. I am, of course, talking about Sky and Scroll. Can you paint that picture of their season so far for us?
Yeah, I mean, it was a devastating end to the Summit for both of these guys. They were considered to be the best team at Summit, and they probably should have won. They were considered the best team in Major 1, and of course, did do that. And if you look at some of the stats from the Major 1 Summit final, they were only hit by Surge one time in one game, of course, as well. So it doesn't seem like they were, of course, getting hit by Surge because, of course, a lot of those strategies early on were just so great. They had such an unbreakable strategy at Battlewood Boulevard. And honestly, Takata, I think they sort of got a little bit unlucky. The fact that the map changed so much, of course, we had new POIs changing as well. It really made things a little bit difficult because they haven't been able to replicate that level of success at Frosted Flats.
Yeah, and I mean, to showcase that, from getting hit only once by Surge to now get hit an average of 2.4 times per game in the heats, I really hope they can fix it. Their main Boulevard, well, not a problem. Their main problem now is that back then Boulevard was the easiest spot on the map to get Surge from. They could repeat their strat every single game. And the issue is it just doesn't quite work the same from Frosted Flats, hence them not being as consistent. They're going to have to kind of change up how they play that mid game. And that's kind of what made them the best duo last major. They were saying there's a lot of people VOD reviewing them, seeing not only how they play this mid games, but the end games, mini minor, they've got down.
That's the difficulty. A lot of their talk last major was how good they are at solo clutches. You saw it in that first graphic. I think it was 51% of their points from the Summit came from solo clutches. This season, only 26% of their And then as you get to the later stage of the game, those things that they were known for so strongly last season in the Summit were those solo clutches. They are not coming off for them. I think they're sort of going down to a solo a lot earlier in the game, which is hindering them a lot. And I do see them struggling in this major finals if they can't fix things up in these next 12 games.
Well, you've mentioned clutches, mini minor, and when I think clutches, I also think of another Danish duo, Pablo and Chino. And the thing is, with them this season and in the past, Takata, things haven't necessarily been smooth, but this is par for the course for them, so maybe we shouldn't be worried.
Yeah, it hasn't been as smooth historically, but hey, look, they did get second Major 1, but despite that, they still had to qualify to the lower bracket at Summit, ended up getting 14th. And when I think of the history of Pablo and Chino over the years, especially in 2024 duos, I mean, Pablo didn't qualify Major 2, Chino got 49th Major 1, didn't qualify Major 2 either. Both of them just didn't really have great years in 2024 duos, but when trios came along, Mini, that's where they truly shined.
Yeah, of course, remember they were trioed up with Fred Ox and they had an absolutely incredible year. Second in Major 2, first in Major 3, and 7th at the Global Championships. This trio were one of, if not the best trios in the world at that time. They were looking so primed. And in that trio, they were so good individually as well, Chino and Pablo Wingu. They had so many individual solo clutches. They were both considered to be two of the best players on the EU region individually. So when you then sort of extract that best duo, those best two players out of that trio and fuse them together into a duo, you'd imagine fireworks. You'd imagine incredible performances non-stop from this team, but it just doesn't seem to be the case when it comes into these seasons. They don't seem to get sort of hit the ground running.
Kaya ikaw meron fix naman. Meron ka mo. There's wait, really isn't robot? Oh, I didn't know. I know they didn't call. That's insane.
In GRANDS, if you look at this Major 2 line, on a bit of a downward trend. Again, very similar, very mid, not great performances. So are we going to see a very similar result here in this GRANDS where they haven't been great, they haven't been a team to look out for potentially in the season, and then when it gets to the GRANDS, here is that they actually end up saving a lot of those overdrive grenades, which this season, Takata, is really important when you're playing high.
Yeah, 100%. It allows you to conserve a lot of materials moving forwards. And if you take height so early on, either you have to get a bunch of refreshes or you're going to have to conserve as many mats as possible. And the issue with Fred and Marius, they were not getting refreshes in the matches they didn't win. But you can see here, Fred Marius did not want to force themselves to zero materials again, like in the previous example we showed, which kind of caused them to have a very kind of not advantageous 1v1 in those final moments, but it got them the win. They secured it. And looking at the stats mini, it shows an interesting trend.
Yeah, it does. It shows that if you do take high in later zones, it does seem to result in victory royales more often than not. And I think we're going to see a lot of that today as well. We just spoke about a little bit about overdrive grenades. We saw how Fredoxy and Marius are a team that do need to retain those overdrive grenades. You saw it with Fredoxy right there, going down, getting a refresh, and saving mats by just overdrive grenading up. That's what we could see in this grand finals. Teams that are looking for height, going for it quite late and quite easy to do so as well with those overdrive grenades that they can then save from their early games. So that's a key element to look out for today. If the teams are on height, if they do have a lot of overdrives, expect them to make it far into the game. And if there is a team on low, if they're looking to win that game, they'll look to take it later rather than sooner.
So just a reminder, Fredoxy and Marius aside, all the teams that we have spoken about so far have qualified for the Global Championship. So it's going to be really exciting to see what they do with that pressure off their backs. But the other duos in the lobby we're about to talk about have not qualified. So let's bring up the lobby list because I'm particularly excited about this first duo. It's Yanis and Rax, and Yanis has been a legendary part of the scene in Fortnite for so many years. But the last few seasons, we haven't necessarily taken him that seriously as a contender for the Aston Champions. But now he's picked up Rax, and the talk has changed to Carter. So what has changed?
Yeah, look, this is an interesting duo, Frankie. I just want to remind people, too, if you don't remember prime Giannis in 2020, 2022, I mean, this player won invitational solos, won duos with the deal, won trios with Hen and Chapix. Giannis was winning everything, no matter the format at the time. And now we've got him paired up with one of the most hyped up players on EU, Rax, incredibly mechanical fragger, second most eliminations as a duo in the heats, right behind Shark and Teeny. I even saw Rax 1v1ing Shark the other day, I think, getting ready for these grand finals. So I'm very excited to see how they perform, Minnie.
I mean, Rax has been absolutely popping off, hasn't he? What an individual talent that he is. But I think what shouldn't be forgotten about this duo, and a sort of testament to how well they play, is the important role that Giannis actually plays in this duo. He's not just a passenger in this team, and that's sort of shown in these comparison stats right here. Yes, Rax has more eliminations. Yes, he has more damage dealt, but Giannis isn't so far behind. And what I really want to focus on here in this graphic in particular is those solo clutch points. That's not too many when you compare them to a lot of the other teams that are in this lobby. A lot of the sort of usual complexion of this duo would be the younger fragger and Rax clutching up all those points, getting all those eliminations in endgame, and the older sort of IGL just sort of watching on and sort of leading the way via those comms in spectator mode. But these guys seem to just have that formulated game plan so down to a
Major one, Minnie.
Yeah, Ghost was absolutely popping off during those heats, wasn't he? But when you look at Ping in his sort of year last year, 2nd, 4th, 23rd, and 8th, like you just mentioned, I think he has a bit of a point to prove this major. Of course, you mentioned it not qualifying through into the Major 1 finals, and of course, therefore not qualifying to the Summit. Very similar story with Ghost. Expected better things from them. I think both of them have individual things to prove and individual points to prove, because we know how good Ghost is. We know how good he was in terms of the Major 2 heats. 106. So solo clutch points in that heat as well. Unbelievable duo. So I think they both have individual points to prove this weekend as well. They've also moved from a triple contested drop spot situation towards the east of Heatwave Harbor to now another triple contested drop spot situation at the Podoscience Sato and Fast Rogi and Noah. So it does seem like they can't really find that sort of drop spot, which gives me concerns for this weekend. I suppose all they need is to qualify into the global championships, which could be.
Yeah, right here, Chad. This is them. Contested by Pastroki, Noah Riley, and Podoscience Sato. Engine Flyer. Engine Flyer landing here. Little river split between Monkey and Battlewoods.
Yeah, I definitely think we should as well. They're a team that we have so much high expectations of, but I suppose the difficulty here, Takata, is that they are contested, but as individual players, they are so fantastic.
100%. I mean, Twy had the third most eliminations as an individual behind Teeny, and then number one was Shark. So if you're just going right behind Shark and Teeny, that's a good sign. But as you're alluding to, the issue keeps coming up for them of being contested. They qualified week 2 to 4 of Div Cup finals. They got second week 2 on con, but week 3 they were conned. However, they still got an 8th. Then the week after that, they were conned once again, but also got a 5th. So it's been great practice, and today, once again, Mini, they're conned.
Yeah, you say it's an issue. I don't see it as too much of an issue for these guys. They do seem to be a team that does thrive under that pressure of being off spawn. You mentioned it, that week 3, they got 8. They were actually triple contested. There were 3 teams landing at that drop spot. So it doesn't seem to affect them too much. And that's why I definitely think they're a team that we should see qualifying through to the global championships, even though they are going to be contested this weekend. It's going to be interesting to see how they, of course, approach that when it's different now. It's a grand finals lobby. It's not a simple Div Cup. But the player that I'm looking at in particular here is, of course, Twy. He's been so good this season, fragging out, getting so many eliminations. And another point, I suppose, is that when you look at those placements, 2nd, 8th, 5th, of course, 8th and 5th well contested, if you attach those placements to a team that have more experience, a team that have bigger names, a teams that maybe us viewers or you guys viewers at home would sort of maybe recognize a little bit more, you'd probably say, actually, yeah, these guys could probably even top 3 with how good they've been playing this season. I think this is a really good opportunity for Cringe and Twy to sort of show us why they deserve to be regarded as one of the best teams in the region, because so far their performances have been really good.
I mean, it's going to be an interesting one because we have so many UK duos representing in the lobby. So Mini Minor, it sounds like you're backing Cringe and Twy, but I would have thought the community would be backing Nathan and Nebs, because this is a duo that has a pedigree. They show up time and time again. The question is, what's going to be happening with them off spawn? So we actually got in touch with their coach Harry, another UK legend, to find out what it's like to train a team that feels like they're going to be contested, then they're uncontested, then they're contested again. How does that change the preparation that he works through with the team? So let's see how he answered. And he told us that off-spawn practice has to be done when contested, but also when you win off-spawn, the amount of freedom you get in the mid game is obviously of a benefit. Having that extra Storm Surge off-spawn allows for a different mid-game game plan. And Mini, the thing is with this duo, they are kind of not necessarily always knowing what's going to be happening to them, because the drop map that we've been seeing online keeps changing, but this is a duo that knows how to adapt.
Yeah, and they're a duo that knows how to play off spawn as well. The last Div Cup they played, they actually won. They came first place. They were contested by 2 teams in that Div Cup. So I think that'll give them a lot of confidence here going into these major finals. They won 2 of those games as well. So it does seem like these guys will benefit from a lot of that early Storm Surge damage, because when they do make it into those later stages of the game, they are a team to be fought, I suppose, on those mid-ground layers. They're a team to be looked out for, because these guys, both individually, Takata, are just so good.
Yeah, I mean, I think, map aside, drop map aside, not considering those kind of smaller factors, Nebs and Nathan are primed up right now. I mean, they're looking better than we've ever seen them, and expectations for them are getting high. And now, as Harry was saying, they're surprised getting conned, then all of a sudden they're not getting conned, and they're conned again and not conned, and having to change your strategy back and forth is difficult, but they're definitely capable of making it happen.
Yeah, they are, and they're a team, and I sort of always fall into this trap, I suppose you say, with Nebs. He always performs really well coming up to the major finals. You can see, of course, their Div Cup performances 5th and 1st here in Chapter 3 at 17, of course, this season. It's like, he always performs going into the major finals, but then when it comes to those major finals, just doesn't quite step up to the plate. I mean, his last top 3 in the major finals, in the grand finals, was all the way back in Chapter 2. So I always get really hyped about Nebs in particular. This is a player that's one of the best players in the lobby, of course, longevity, like none other as well, of course, still performing from back then. But I just don't want to fall into the trap of like thinking we're going to see the same sort of level of performance from Nebs, because it just doesn't seem to happen. But I really hope, once again, this is the season where he can step up to that plate. Maybe now working with Coach Harry will help them develop throughout this weekend, because they're a team that on paper should definitely top 5. Just depends on that off-spawn situation.
With this duo and the expectations on their shoulders, does it slightly help the fact that so many of the duos tonight have already qualified for the Global Championships, Takata? Do you think that that's going to be something that Nathan and Nebs are thinking about? Are they thinking about the win here, or are they just thinking about trying to qualify?
Obviously, they want to play to the best of their abilities, right? In terms of teams who are already qualified to globals, the closest one, I think, is Sky Scroll to the east of them. And that's almost kind of a dangerous thing. But pressure isn't off Sky and Scroll, especially from getting second at the summit. You know that they want to win. They want to show what they're capable of. And Nebs and Nathan being center of the map have a great potential in terms of zones. So I think they can do it.
And of course, obviously, Nathan and Nebs, they're going to be going for the Astro Champions. Every single duo in this lobby is, which is why we have prepared predictions for today. So, Takata, I'd love you to talk us through your top 5. Defend yourself.
All right,
top 5.
Make it easy for number 1.
Yes.
Okay, Shark and Teeny, expectations are high from them. No more being contested, looking primed up. Sky and Scroll. Look, I know we got some people not believing as much. Mid-game strat isn't there anymore, but all the names on this list are big. And you might say, Tokata, you're being a little biased, okay? Where Sai isn't scary. Look, I'm hoping, I'm feeling something about Size and Scary today. I think zones will have to be a little bit in their favor, but they have what it takes.
The Pablo Chino pick in number 4. That's a bit of a surprise for me, Takata, but I haven't got time to ask you about that because we've got to get Midi Miner's predictions. Come on.
Yeah, these are the predictions. These are the correct predictions here for this grand finals. Shark and Teeny, number 1, of course. I think we're pretty much aligned on that. I think Mika Malabuka are going to do good as well. I have Chuck Thomas, HD, and Focus in there as well. Looks as though they are uncontested now, so they have to be inside of that top 3. I do back Swizzy and Pixie when it comes to the major finals as well. And like I mentioned earlier on the show, I'm expecting a little bit of an underwhelming performance from Sky and Scroll. It hurts me to say they're one of the best teams, but I just don't see them as sort of prepared enough for this grand finals.
Yeah, just for full disclosure, everyone watching, Midi Miner changed his predictions the moment he saw that Thomas and Focus weren't contested. Otherwise, they would not be in his top 5. Let's see, though, what Kinch's computer is saying. This is our prediction simulation. Shark and Teeny, number 1. I feel like the computer is going with the community. Interesting Sky and Scroll are there, but maybe the computer cares more about their major 1 performance. And D-Arm and Demas, excited to see them in the top 5. I'm with you there, computer. Let's head over now, though, to our casters. It's Taco and Levin 2K. Let's get their thoughts on the finals.
Grands Day is finally upon us, and knowing that we'll have 12 matches before we're able to determine who are going to be the final teams prior to that last chance qualifier, obviously, to lock in their spot for Belgium. Levin, a lot on the line, along with the prize pool, and everybody's trying to get their best share of it.
It's the weekend we've all been waiting for. The best weekend in the season. I always like to tell people when EU Grands kicks off, game number 1 is here and ready.
Oh, bro, game number 1.
It's been a long time coming, but we knew that there was going to be some pretty spicy matchups very early on. Taking place across the map here, but Noah Riley, Strokey, they'll be forced to forfeit a little bit of that mainland opportunity here at Cluster Coast. Sato and Podesai going to make quick work, trying to loot out and prepare themselves because they know they'll very likely have to tango in just a few moments here. But
Riley goes down.
Izzy maybe even getting a little bit proactive right now for Podesai and Sato unintentionally, but that's part of the problem that's involved when you are going for these sprint positions on the map. You are bound to experience a little bit of third-party intervention. So Sato Podesai may be a bit sore at the fact that they missed out on some of that early surge, but still very content knowing that they'll at least have these primary buildings left uncovered.
Probably decided to land.
Yeah, not the best start for Noah Riley. Again, it was always going to be a weird situation. We sort of saw three different teams marked here. It looks like Ping and Ghost weren't anywhere to be found. I think they're having their fair share of problems though, looking at the feed. And so that story will continue to develop. This is an off-spawn I'm very intrigued by. You have Pink and Haris contesting iDrop and Gonzo, two teams who will both desperately be wanting to try and qualify for the global championships, and two teams who probably had fringe chances of doing so if uncontested. How that fight plays out today will be very, very important.
And Sharktini, despite the fact that nobody's trying to challenge them just yet, they're back in Calamari Canyon. They'll get involved anyway. Shark gonna find his first elimination onto Super Eye. Now looking for the follow-up closure. Doesn't want to allow the revive to be pulled off yet by Letchis. And unfortunately for him, he's just trying to deal with Shark, who is just running him around the building. But even on his last leg, still managing to stay standing for just a couple moments longer. But Shark still such a steep HP advantage. The closure should be inevitable. Still, Shark gonna make sure, just for good measure, take out the duo, finalize the pieces here, force Letchis on the run, and then eventually close it out.
And that is the beauty of Shark, man. I mean, again, I hate to make the pun, but we're here, so we might as well get out of the way. He truly fights like a shark. He's going to continue to circle you until he spots that weakness. And Letchis did a great job of trying to force him into some awkward left-hand peaks, but it doesn't matter. Shark is always going to hit you when it hurts the most. And of course, as the analyst highlighted, Taco, Sharkantini looking like the favorites to take this major. Will they live up to the hype and both win their first FNCSs? I'm sure the fans will be hoping so. Radiant and Bimbo. In the tunnels, we've seen a lot of action in the tunnels over the course of this season. Throughout the heats, we saw plenty of it. And I think the tunnels will be key, I think, to a lot of the action we see here today.
Tunnels could be a bit more dangerous as well, just based off some interesting moments that have been highlighted. The socials dealing with the likes of Velo and Zynox, but Raxtianis, business as usual, chop shop seems to be pretty hot starting point for these two. One elimination that's bound to help them out pretty well with their surge, but ultimately still trying to eye out the landscape, see whether or not they can actually get a few more shots off onto Axforce and Bevies, who are established just on an opposing hill face, but it's not just Axforce and Bevies they've got to keep an eye out for. Boris, Wi-Fi off in the distance. And it's always exciting, Levin, when you see players and that duality of their first FNCS Grand Finals example, and then you've got the veterans like Sky and Scroll, who have been here plenty of times before, but still looking to have an impact.
Yeah, this is the first time they have come into an FNCS Major Grand Finals as the champions, as experienced FNCS winners. And unfortunately, I think it's, a strange situation for them to be in, because I think as high as the highs they've reached this year, Taco, they actually come into this Grands potentially somewhat underrated. I think a lot of people are starting to doubt whether or not these guys are still at the level they showed during Major 1. And I understand. I think the evidence hasn't been as strong as it was during Major 1. The reality, though, that I've learned, Taco, over the years of commentating FNCSs is the best players always deliver in the Grands when it matters the most, and I would expect the same from them too today.
Sometimes it just feels like for that peak performance to really be put on display, they just need something a little bit more higher stakes involved. But Dinas and Franek, Dinas probably wishing that wouldn't been able to pull the trigger there, get off a decent tag, but they still have Godoy and Polo relatively locked in right now. But you've always got to be super cautious. You don't want to find yourself scrambling too over ambitious to get inside of the box, because again, depending on the opposing loadouts, and it doesn't look like Dinas and Franek necessarily have the greatest shotguns to try and close this one out quickly. Following Godoy, still choosing to drag things on, potentially even hoping that a little bit of a third-party sneak-up could come into the mix. But they are much more situated. They've also got West to keep holding out.
Yeah, and this is sort of what we were expecting out of a lot of the sort of mid-map fights. The problem becomes when you invest so much into these battles, whether that be for Surge or trying to reestablish control of loot, you then run into the issue where, again, your mid-map, there's going to be a lot of teams trying to circle into those positions. You don't have as much space once this is done to go out and sort of seek what it is you lack, whether that be a refarm, whether that be better loot. And so you actually need to be careful about how much you invest into these battles. And that'll be something that Venus and Frenek will certainly be thinking about as Godoy and Polo just look to continue to hold these two off.
But the thing is, if you're Godoy and Polo, you know there is no other exit point. If you have one way in, one way out when you are inside of the mini vault. And so with that in mind, for Dinas and Frenek, how long exactly are they willing to invest at this position?
That is going to be the key question. I think the answer to that will be
it will
evolve throughout the day. I think here in game one, you're probably willing to go to your limits and see just what is viable in this lobby today. Chino and Pablo here on our screens, of course. The team that came second place in Major 1 of EU, really pushing Sky and Scroll to their limits. And a team who, once again, has sort of had a quiet season leading into the major finals. But if Major 1 is anything to tell, that doesn't mean much for their chances of delivering today.
Why in the world is Pablo?
Interesting stuff. They'll have to see whether or not this aggression potentially panned out. But for iDrop and Gonzo, they were looking for some form of aggression early on, and they managed to find it inside of the tunnels. We knew that those tunnels would be getting relatively active, but for Bimbo and Redion, they're probably hoping that that would have panned out more in their favor, given that they were the team originally investing their time inside of that space. Still, never really know who's going to come through those teleporters next, so always have to keep an open eye out. Wonky Len still looking to develop a bit further, though. Chat Flixie, the departed from Golden Grove, they continue sort of following the trend of where some of these other duos had opted to position a little bit further northeast, and likely because of the fact that they could tell that there hadn't really been a solid conclusion towards Wonky. Huddy still standing alongside Fishy X, and we knew that Fishy Huddy would have their work cut out for them just dealing with Fringe and Volko, but when you've got four different teams all kind of circling the same area, eventually someone's going to have to be the first to dive in.
Only 14.
Well, that's the thing about these lobbies, right? Especially grand finals lobbies, Taco. You know, damage opportunities are kind of like Wally. You know, you're trying to find where it is. And so you see these clusters of teams forming in areas, and you see players sort of circling around trying to figure out, okay, can we get some tags? Can we get some damage in this area? And these things, again, are the types of things that evolve between day 1 and day 2. I think a lot of the time in day 1, people are still trying to figure things out, figure out if what they have been doing all season long does still work and does still apply when the stakes are even higher.
And one duo that has certainly been needing a little bit of a bounce back too, just from recent form that we have witnessed, Demish and Darm. They've definitely been fluctuating on that up-down in terms of performance. And I know for a lot of people, given how hot they came into the year, I just expected them to continue flying. But it's just been very difficult to match that pace. And even now, still, Darm Demish, one big reason why they find themselves at a little bit of a standstill here against Izzy and Nosif. We saw them just at Sinister Strip trying to poach a little bit of the hard materials from some of the metal walls available, and well, it looks like they're still trying to continue that. But Thomas and Focus, this is a duo that is going to have eyes on all weekend, especially knowing that at least for day 1, Levin, that last-minute shakeup, these two resulting in being uncontested means got to get the damage elsewhere, and they'll find a big opening here onto Minori, just caught lacking on the vending machine. Thought that these two would have already left the vicinity, but now it's all up to Darko, see if he can escape. But when you've got Thomas and Focus just cutting off every single possible escape route, Darko's still looking to just try and gauge whether he can turn this one around, but sure enough, nowhere left to run. Focus will have no issues whatsoever closing that out.
Yeah, and I think Focus and Thomas are going to continue to be the wardens of the Southwest here. Everything around that Heatwave Harbor is going to have to go through them.
Literally playing Brawl Stars.
Great change in fortunes for them being uncontested today.
W Swizzy.
Hope that they do not allow that opportunity to slip through their fingers. Speaking of opportunity, Swizzy and Pixie, a team that I'm starting to see a lot more people predicting to win this major. Understandable with just how strong the Battlewoods is as a spot, how much loot they have available to them. But the question is, Taco, do you think that these guys are worthy of that hype? Of course, they've had quite the up and down year, haven't necessarily always pieced together the most championship inspiring performances, but they are championship quality players.
And it feels weird to say, right? But it almost feels like Summit was actually their catalyst, because for a moment, for a time frame, it was like Swizzy and Pixie, they didn't like lose themselves, but they were definitely having their fair share of struggles with the Major 1 competitive meta. And it seems like this type of gameplay, it definitely captures a bit more of their essence. And what I mean by that is that, Sato, Podesai, first and foremost, apologies. Cringe and Volko with the collapse, not going to allow the opportunity for this duo to leave unharmed.
Yeah, when we panned over towards the Wonky Land area earlier and I saw them sort of in the background, I was sort of, looking at it with a bit of a question mark in mind, Also Polar Bear building Arlington, Texas type of vibes. And maybe that becomes the problem for these two as they traverse through these areas of the map where, again, they maybe aren't quite as familiar as they are with the southern portion.
Part of it just being that after some creative instances where
good stuff.
Proxy and Medius, part of the reason why we see Cringe and Volko sort of going on tour, whether or not they decide maybe we revisit where we felt best at to begin with.
No, bro.
You can never really consider anything guaranteed over a GRANDS weekend, but for Rax Janus, still looking to try and contend with Sharkantini, but they've definitely done a good chunk of damage against some of our top performing EU duos. And with that in mind, they're willing to just get out of Dodge. They don't want to try and continue this engagement any longer. In fact, it might end up just hindering them later on down the line, because Teeny doesn't look interested in giving it up. Even though he lost Shark, he's still just intent on trying to get some additional damage. But Yanis and Rax, they know they've already got all the profit. They don't need to stick around.
Yeah, very wise of them, I think, to look to just dip out of this one entirely. And it leaves Teeny in a position where, again, the game has to now be recovered. But not a completely unrecoverable position to be in, which I think is the benefit for them.
Buy Petra.
Still be tough, though. Even playing for the reboot, they are just going to have to now battle through teams that are a little bit better established inside of zone. Sky and Scroll also looking to be a threat to some of these late stragglers that are just now beginning to arrive. Zone pool over towards Frosted Flats, so they haven't really had to go too far from their surge base.
Yeah, and typical Sky and Scroll, right? When you look at the positioning, right? Sort of right off the edge. They're in a perfect spot to just, again, farm damage on all of these teams rotating in.
Sky and Scroll, bro.
And unfortunately for them, Zone pulls onto the congestion. If Zone had pulled further away, all those teams having to cross the river just would have been an absolute damage farm for them. And so for now, the likes of Savage and Truly will be very happy that they don't have to do much as far as moving. They can sit here and continue to look for a bit more damage as they try and put themselves in a more comfortable position. Savage and Truly, of course, made their way through last chance, and what dramatic affair it was. It does always seem to be all the drama when it comes to Mr. Savage. Truly, I think in particular, put on a fantastic performance during last chance tackle, and so hopefully he's in similar form this weekend.
And it was great to see that recovery too from Truly, because the Heat's certainly one to forget. But when you have those kinds of bounce back instances, it can really do a lot for player confidence heading into such a pivotal weekend as well. And now, alongside Mr. Savage, sure, they want a little bit more damage. For Doxy also on the hunt for some surge, but he is in a pretty tough position right now. Even if he doesn't wind up getting lobbied, the surge might just take him out before he can even try to consider crossing paths with another team, but barely ticking over, 40 above now. Still, with only 3 overdrive grenades, mobility rather limited, and he can't afford to take any shots along the way.
And this is not the position I wanted to see for Doxy, and I was hoping to see these guys playing height 12 out of 12 games. Maybe it's just going to have to be 11 out of 12 unless Frodoxy can pull something off miraculously here.
Come on, Fred.
And it's going to take a pretty big miracle at that, especially knowing Chat Flixie just overhead, Walks Hero, just so many healthy duos in comparison. And Frodoxy won't even get the chance. The surge will take care of him. But Sky and Scroll, despite the fact that the zone pool wasn't necessarily the most favorable, they were still able to find their damage focal points and just applying good preventative measures.
And this is the thing about this meta, right? So many people are playing the Storm that even in that situation where zone pulls towards the contestant, you still have players rotating in on the Storm side, on the contestant side, that give so many opportunities for damage. So
big cheeseburger.
Oh man, Vico Malabuka. Another one of our teams where, you know, we've been picking them up for a while, and they've kind of gone through the same sort of roller coaster moments where, you know, we saw instances of Vico being like, I don't know, man, maybe McQueen is fading, but Vico still needs to come up with a big turnaround here because either him nor Malabuka really looking to be all that set for a deep endgame run here, unless they can find a refresh to the next couple of moments, but working against the lobby, trying to break through from backside of zone. Decent amount of pre-existing build away, and Vico just not healthy enough to really try and force any sort of engagement. Hyde already bearing down on Malabuka's position too. He'll use up the last of his Chug Jug, but these guys are just beat up right now. And it's only getting worse. Malabuka has been knocked. A little bit of that pressure, just too much to contend with. Vico does find a little pocket, try and work his way through with the Chug Jug, but he has used up every single one of his healing resources. Shield now at the mercy of the Surge, unless one more player goes down, and just like that, Vico will be forced to try and pick up an engagement elsewhere, but dives immediately into a duo that had no reason other than waiting for the edit open to take him out.
Yeah, and there wasn't really much he could do in that situation. And so have to be onto game number 2. Teeny fighting in the Storm and unfortunately fighting to his very last HP point. Has to watch the rest of this game out now, and not the right start you wanted to see from the major favorites.
Keep an eye on how high ground has been developing. Savage and Truly all the way from the backside of zone, but they've avoided a lot of congestion. If they can make their way forward off the front side, they might find themselves in a very nice position here. And in fact, they found their wiggle room opportunity. Yanis and Rex, who had originally been able to establish a little bit of high ground hold. Now it's going to be Truly and Savages up for grabs, doing a great job now to try and place aggression towards those secondary height layers.
And hold on a minute, what do we have taking place here? I mean, Savage, I knew you had the script on lock, but I didn't know we were writing all these extra chapters. I mean, in this first game, it's never going to be easy to hold, but the intentions are clear. These guys aren't here to just partake in the Grands. They're here to try and take it all. Down below, Rax and Yanis will do their best to try and find a sense of control here. It's a bit too messy of a situation, though, for Yanis. Flixie and Chap will rightfully take control of the situation and look to keep it moving.
That little bit of siphon materials, too, could be the difference maker here. But now Hari, Cammy holding down that secondary position. Savage, Truly, still trying to prevent anybody from challenging them just yet. But Pablo, Chino, take a look at this ultimate low position. They start out a decent amount of space. They're looking back. They're making sure to keep their awareness at its peak because they know it's only a matter of time before they find another duo, another solo. The challenge on their walls, but Flixie, Chap, they're going to need another refresh, and they're going to need it fast. Chap's going to have to take up more aggressive front. Fortunately, players falling right at their feet. They'll be able to gather the materials off of that, but even that little tidbit just still not enough to carry them over. Chino, Pablo can't close it out. Shots just all over the place here, and Gonzo is going to be the dagger right now for this duo on the low ground. Pablo forced to try and see just how far you can take it.
And I think we're seeing players who might need a bit more warm-up time. Shots being missed that I ain't used to seeing being missed. Savage needs to make sure he does not end up in that category, though. They need to keep applying pressure. The mats are running low, and they're going to have to make a play and soon.
This is a big instance for Sky and Scroll to see whether or not they'll be able to go back to their former ways and really try to take over on the low ground, but just forced to scramble. They don't have any materials. They don't realize that Chap is just nearby. Chap going to be able to take one out, but Scroll's still looking for more.
Yeah, this was nothing like the Sky and Scroll. I know they're used to the front side low control. Now they're in the back of the Storm, and now they're down and out, and the fight will continue in this lobby.
It's
and
her
the part of
wrist.
the reason why, her wrist, look at it, take it to Savage and Truly, but everybody just immediately folding over each other. And Pablo, through the thick of it all, has managed to make his way towards that frontside low position, but can he get an opportunity to heal? He has the Mythic Pistol, he's looking at Truly, he knows that's his biggest threat, but he doesn't know where Savage is at. He's waiting to see who's going to be the first to challenge, but Savage, he's had the chance to heal it up.
If anybody could do it, you've got to think it's one of the best solo clutches of all time in Pablo Wingu. But with no shields remaining and very little, you've got to think it's all Mr. Savage and Truly to take the first game. Mr. 200 IQ and Truly get the job done, Taco.
I think it's hard not to be cheesing when you're seeing a game one of a major grand finals go the way of Savage and Truly. It's been a fantastic start to the day, but Frankie, Minnie, Takata, I want to know what your thoughts are.
I mean, we're thinking what everyone is thinking. How incredible to see Savage and Truly take the first victory royale of the Major 2 Grand Finals here in Europe. And this is a duo that took control of the high ground as early as Zone 8. And against all statistics, they managed to hold on to it and get that victory royale, Mini Miner.
Yeah, we spoke about at the beginning of the day, all about height, how to hold on to it. Those guys demonstrated that absolutely perfectly right there. They were conserving a lot of those materials. They, of course, got so many refreshes. Well, I think it was 7 eliminations there at the Entercar. So, I mean, who could have predicted that for game number 1? What a start.
You could not have a more electric start. I mean, we get game 1. EU Grand Finals, a Mr. Savage Truly win. Like, are you kidding me? Who is writing this script? This is what you love to see. This is not only a 2-day competition, this is only game 1 of day 1, and we're already seeing things like this. I mean, once they took height, it was a clean sweep to the end. It got a little messy in those final moments, but they got the job done, Minnie.
Yeah, it's one game, this Grands, right? This is the last game. It's finished. Savage and Truly win, right? Yeah. We've got 11 more games to go, so we can't get too ahead of ourselves, but what a dream start for these guys. The way they played height here was really nice. They used those peppers really effectively as well, and even those fire rifles that, of course, have just come back into the game, actually just recently into competitive. So it's like using those new things in the meta, using that high ground so well, applying so much pressure down to the teams down below. And what I really liked there at the end, we just saw it, was that they didn't just both individually jump in to try and take out Pablo Wingu. They played it really smartly. They made sure to heal up.
All right, chat, we're going to look at the leaderboard real quick. Savage and Truly, first place with 93 points, bro. Nice, bro. Then we have Inkata and then Quest in second place with 73, 76. You have iDrop and Gonzo in third place, Cringe and Twy, Chino and Pablo, Chap and Flixie, Pink and Maris, Sayas and Scary, Sky and Scroll, and Darman Demons. Most notable, Max and Giannis, 14th place. Shark and Teeny. Okay, we gotta lock in Shark and Teeny. Other than that, Savage and Truly first place right now. Game 1 win with 7 eliminations, 93 points. That's about wait, hold up. How many points is that? How many points is that?
Wait, if you have it, wait.
100? 100? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! 26, 77, 78, 80, 81, 82. So that's a 17? Yeah, 17-point lead, bro. Nice, bro. Good stuff, Savage. Good stuff. You got Prime Mr. Savage back, bro. What's this?
Milk can help you grow.
Cat, not believe that.
Milk can't prevent your ride from blasting into space.
I'm being honest, I saw nobody with this pistol, like with the a pistol. I didn't see a singular player with the pistol, unless I'm completely blind and I need my glasses.
Welcome back to the Major 2 finals. We've got 11 games to go, but if you missed the first one, you're going to have to go back and watch it after the show tonight, because Savage and Truly had a height masterclass, looking totally unbothered and taking that victory royale. Meanwhile, everyone else watching were going absolutely crazy. But let's talk about the teams that didn't make it to the top, because it's a very competitive lobby tonight. We got to see that in the first game. So let's bring up the leaderboard, because Sky and Scroll, we had questions about how they were going to do. They were a bit wobbly in the Major 2 heats, but their first game tonight, we have to say, to Carter, was looking incredibly strong, making the end game right to the end as a duo.
Yeah, there's some interesting things that come to mind. So we were kind of bringing up their main issue this season has been the mid game. Ever since they switched from Boulevard, they've had a bit of trouble. Now, the zone literally did end on their drop spot at Frosted. So it had a bit of, the pro to it, but at the same time, they played it incredibly well. They conserved their mats. They didn't have to go for refreshes super early. And what I like too is they didn't need a big solo clutch to get a good amount of points. They were up together for an incredibly long time. Now, I'm just hoping that this trend continues.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because they played it incredibly well, but they didn't play it like Sky and Scroll. It didn't seem like the sort of team that we'd expect, dominating those low ground layers. Sort of earlier on in the game as well, we did see little glimpses of their change in strategy. Of course, it didn't work basing up inside of Frosted Flats. We saw them trying to build a base on one of the hills surrounding them. So it does look as though they've done their homework, they've done their prep now and changed things up going into this major finals. Still lots to give, though, and still lots of questions about Sky and Scroll from me.
Well, still many games to go. And I personally think it's a good start, okay? That's just feeling out the lobby in game one. I'm making so many excuses for all of our duos tonight. And you know what? Normally, we don't see Pablo and Gino having the best few games. Normally, they're scoping things out. But they came out the gate swinging today, guys. And Takar, the fact that Pablo was able to clutch it to a third place, in second place, was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, 2-11 second place. It's what you love to see. Minnie, you talked about it. Leading up to Grands might not go their way, but in Grands, it's when we see them perform the best.
I mean, talk about solo clutches. Look at that. You saw where Chino just went down. Pablo clutched for so long in this game. Of course, couldn't quite close it out realistically. The numbers were against him, didn't have the shield, of course. But realistically, this is exactly what we'd expect from them. Fragging out on low ground. Only 2 eliminations there, which you might see as a negative, but I see as a positive. It shows that their mid-ground positioning, their tarping, their actual layer control is looking really strong as well. They don't need to try and force those clutches and try and go for too many eliminations, but of course they have that in the locker if they need to as well. So they're looking really primed up here, and I'm hoping it's going to be another Grands to remember for them.
Well, let's bring up the lobby list, because I'm really excited to see Chap and Flixie having a strong first game. They came 7th, 5 eliminations. They were looking solid on mid-ground. And I feel like this is a duo that's easy to underestimate. They're not always delivering, but they have all the potential to do it, Minimana.
Yeah, they're sort of a bit of a dark horse, I guess you have to say. They've kind of gone under the radar a little bit coming into this major finals. Their div cup performances have been okay, pretty decent at times, but not anything special. Of course, remember, they are already qualified through to the global championships in Antwerp, so they can play with a little bit of freedom. And we got to see that, Takata, in this game. Lots of nice mid-ground layer sort of eliminations, sticking together as well, and just playing really, really effectively. I think Chap in particular here, I was really impressed with the way that he was sort of taking over control, leading the tarps when need be as well. This shot right here was beautiful onto Sky. Just unfortunate they couldn't make that work.
Yeah, I mean, they got 17th Major 1, so was it a dud? The best performance we've seen from them? Let's hope that they can do better this time around.
Well, it was a fantastic start for Cringe and Toy. Actually, we could see the leaderboard, because I want to see where they've come after that first game. I think it might even be top 3, which is a fantastic start for any duo, let alone these guys. I was wrong, apologies. 4th place. But Takatu, you've got to hand it to these guys. We had questions about what their Osborne situation was going to be like, but it looks like it's been a solid start for them.
Yeah, I mean, one of the main points was either way, if they're contested or not contested, they're used to it and they can perform both ways. 4 eliminations, they made it off spawn, they got to the end game, they were looking lethal in the end game. So I'm excited to see how that continues forwards, even if they're contested, Minnie.
Absolutely, yeah, they're absolute masters of that drop spot. And, you know, you typically look at a contested team and you see it in a sort of negative context, but the fact that they were able to just wipe out Bimbo and Radion off spawn, they were easily getting through there. It actually gives them a bit of a buff. If they can continue to do that for the next 11 games and continue to make end games like they have, I have no doubt that these guys will qualify through to the Globals.
Well, let's talk about two of the blank spaces for us in that end game. Vico, Malabuka going down really before they could do too much damage to the final moments. And also, more notably, I have to say, Shark and Teeny, they're the only duo that could be more notable than Vico and Malabuka, Mini Miner. What was going wrong for this duo?
Yeah, really odd. I mean, an odd start for both of them. A little bit of disjointedness. Of course, we saw Shark, it was in that earlier game fight, wasn't it? That then went down, set their game back a whole lot as well. And I think those two duos going down, thinking about how their playstyle is, kind of opened the doors for Mr. Savage and Trilly to actually go ahead and win that game. Because remember, Shark and Teeny and Vico and Malabuka are two of our height teams. So that's why height was looking so much more free for Mr. Savage and Trilly. But we're expecting bigger things from them here, Takata, and it wasn't a great start from them, but it's far from over, of course.
Yeah, exactly. It's only game 1, 11 matches. If it was a one-day format, it'd be like, okay, something's going on here. But we saw Shark was lurking all around his drop spot, trying to find any fishes in his pond, and didn't quite go their way leading up to that mid-game. Vico Malabuka, yeah, it's let's just wait, all right? Let's wait. Let's see what happens in the next couple matches, and then we can start breaking it down a bit further.
Do we have to wait to imagine what's going to happen in the next game, though? Because it's Shark and Teeny. They pushed out almost immediately from their drop spot in Calamari out west to go and hassle some of the duos there. I imagine they're going to dust themselves off, probably do it again. And we don't have to wait to find out because we're ready for game number 2 with
my goodness, game number 2. Game number 2.
Look, if game 1 is any indication of what we can expect for this weekend, Levin, I could not be more excited. We got a Savage Trolley Victory Royale kick things off, and I think it's just so exciting. And credit where credit is due, because Coach Sven's definitely been putting in his work to help out this team.
No, absolutely. An absolute GOAT. We know he is. But I think what game 1 really reminded me of, Tycho, is that EU is so incredibly stacked. All throughout this lobby, we just have so much talent and so many different players who have the ability to make an impact over the course of the next 11 games.
Yeah, and I mean, just knowing that we still have 5 more lobbies to contend with here today, so let's see who brings it home here in game 2.
Who brings it home, bro? Who does it?
Who will be victorious in our game 2 off-spawn battles? That becomes the question. iDrop and Gonzo, we tuned in with them earlier on in the first game, and it wasn't the 50-50 off-spawn fight between them and Pink and Harris that some might have expected. And I think both teams potentially deciding that we are better off slowing things down. In the case of Pink and Harris, nowhere to even be seen at the moment. And so again, off-spawns develop all throughout the day here in EU, Taco.
And part of it is just sometimes you have to put your pride aside. As much as you want to be able to establish claims to a specific location, if you really want to put yourself in the best possible position to not have to contend with everyone else in that last chance qualifier, you go for the top winning strats in the actual finals lobby. And for Darm Deemish, part of that involves just trying to see if they can take out Dendabuza and Azat very early on here at Sunken Shores. But again, just another duo, that being Dendabuza and Azat, that find themselves sort of cycling through and trying to gauge if a certain position is even going to work out well for them, because we've seen them go north. Now here they're pulling a little bit further south, so it's all over the place.
Yeah, and over here at Wonky, complete other side of the map, we have Cringe and Volko, who have taken Hutty and Fishy X down. And this is obviously an interesting one because Cringe and Volko initially weren't going to be landing here until they decided to engage in an honorable pre-Grands off-spawn battle against Marius and Fredoxy, who they were initially contesting. And the agreement was, hey, we're going to do an off-spawn now before Grand Finals, and whoever loses, you have to leave for Grands. And respect to them for honoring the deal and deciding to leave the drop spot after losing the off-spawn battle beforehand. Unfortunate for Hutty and Fishy, though. You know, I'm sure they weren't very eager to see how that one played out for them.
To be fair, though, they've had plenty of off-spawn practice, especially at Wonky Land specifically. So tough to say whether or not that's going to keep working against them, but they'll definitely revert back to the drawing board here as Darkos Minori wrapping around. Big point of contention. This far south tends to be going for the duck bow, but for Giras and Cheatin, be a little bit quicker to the punch here. So now Darkos Minori looking to close in. Want to make sure that they could get some surge, but opted for the porta potty now.
And this was a fight I was interested to see because the way both of these teams sort of marked on the drop map, they sort of marked it like, yeah, we're not planning on fighting, like, you know, we're going to split the loot, like, we're going to take this part of the island, you take that part, and, like, we're going to leave each other alone. And it just didn't seem realistic to me. So good to see that there is a bit of action taking place between them.
What did he
Truly,
say?
of course, our game one winner
What
there.
did the boss say?
Picking up a cheeky little mythic as well.
No, he didn't.
Potentially, he might not even opt to leave it behind or leave it for Savage, or neither of them could be interested. It really just all depends, but a mythic's a mythic at the end of the day. And yeah, Savage will decide that it is a better option to work with, but it's one thing to have that opening success on the day. It's another to make sure that you can replicate it. And it is very difficult to have those consistent strategies through every single lobby.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? As far as, you know, people being, you know, conspiracy theorists and whatnot, or superstitious. This is Savage's 26th final. The first time he's ever won game one. Does that mean anything? Who knows? Let's just go wild with it, you know?
Time?
Maybe this is the one. Who knows?
No way.
Would be huge scenes there for Truly also to be the first one.
I'm sure Kinch has listened to me somewhere there. I'd love to know, of all the EU Grands, how many times was the winner of game one the winner of the eventual tournament?
Ooh.
I can't imagine it's many. I think I remember one that Queasy won some years back where I think he had won game one. But I don't think it would be many. I'm sure he'll let me know later on. Teeny and Shark don't need to recover Taco after that game one. I'm sure they haven't lost people's confidence as far as being considered the favorites by many to take it all. But they definitely didn't inspire any confidence with how game one went.
And it certainly doesn't help because with a duo like Rax and Yanis that ultimately ended up being the ones to sort of halt that game one trajectory for them, it just always gives a friendly reminder to some of these teams that are favorites in the lobby like Shark and Teeny that, hey, there is a strong caliber of representation for player talent. And you never know when that's going to surface. Sometimes it can catch you off guard. We saw the tail end of that initial dispute between Rax and Yanis in the last lobby, but obviously those little hiccups can just be so detrimental to the grand scheme of things. So it's one thing to have it happen in like a one-off instance. It's another when it keeps circulating as a problem, and that's what they're really trying to avoid here. As Chat Flixie, things a little bit calmer, haven't necessarily navigated their way super far north over towards Monkey just yet. So it seems like their surge is already developed in a more beneficial way. They have one elimination there on Flixie. So that leads me to believe that they feel rather content how they're able to acquire it. And a big part of the reason why they're just opting to sort of wrap through a much more dead side position, try and box up a little bit later on.
You should have tuned in earlier because like Savage and Truly won game number one, dude.
For Thomas and Focus, this is a spot we see them occupy quite a fair bit. One of the power positions that they like to try and get damage on, and understandably when you can see what's happening in the distance.
All right, here, let me show you real quick, Elijah.
You expect them to beat.
So look, Elijah, look, see? Game one win, 7 eliminations too. They did extremely well. I'm not gonna lie. They actually did.
Keep track of, but unfortunately, the element of surprise is probably gone now, right? Especially for those teams, and so maybe less about camping directly on it and just waiting for the players who you know will be circling around it. Whenever Zone pulls away.
Playing Among Us while watching Fortnite, bro.
Just so awkward right now, though. For Lyrics and Maldives. We saw just how Danish favorited. Some of our pre-show was. Honestly, part of that just being credit to the fact that a lot of Danish players have just been performing incredibly well in the EU region, but now Maldives hoping to try and join their ranks. Starts with this engagement potentially against Wheat and Sined, but it's not going to be an easy one.
Yeah, and I think this is an example of some of the potential shakeups, right? I think because I was expecting Lyrics and Maldives to be landing a bit further towards the north. They looked like they were going to be contested coming into today. I think they were one of the teams that probably decided, hey, look, let's just go con somewhere else instead. I don't fancy our chances where we are. Velo and Zynox up here towards Wonky. And I'm sure they'll be feeling a type of way after seeing the success of Mr. Savage and Truly in that first game. Of course, these guys had actually what we thought was the last laugh during the heats, right? Where they won the first game and left Mr. Savage and Truly in the dust. Now it's flipped on its head, and these guys are trying their best to catch up now with their former duo partners.
I think what makes it really difficult for Velo and Zynox too is you have to remember their heat success partially credited to the fact that they played through frosted flats, but things obviously having to shift now that Sky and Scroll are back in their natural POI, and so that leaves Velo and Zynox just on the fringe there of trying to really cement themselves in a given location, and that's part of the issues for I think a lot of these newer players to final set lobbies. You get that experience of what it's really like, not only trying to contend with getting surge, but also just trying to find somewhere you can really call home. And for Focus and Thomas, everyone knows Heatwave Harbor belongs to these fellas, and Focus just reminding everyone exactly why
Mr. Savage.
It is best to just go somewhere else, but sometimes you just don't have any other options, and sadly that just means you have to now deal with Focus and Thomas.
Yeah, I think a lot of people forget how good he is. Oh, look at this. This is why I love our wonderful team here. The numbers have come back, and across the 25 previous EU FNCS finals, the game one winner has never won the title. So, unfortunately for Mr. Savage fans, we got to look for something else, guys. We can't hold on to that one.
This the one? No.
I was trying.
It's time to break the mold.
Ooh, okay. I like that angle. I think that does say a lot, though, about not allowing game one to cloud your judgment. There is no need to overreact after that first game. There is still so much Fortnite to be played and so much adjustments to make.
You know what time the power hour is?
And something that involves a lot of adjustments. Sky, Scroll. We saw their major one success. The desk even highlighted the fact that their original plan from Battlewood Boulevard, really easy for them to build their surge, but we know that these teams are going to have to make adaptations because everyone had the opportunity to VOD Sky and Scroll so heavily. So Lev, we see them here again, Frosted Flats. They're not really changing too much of the original strategy. They go for their surge base, they box it up, they've got a good threshold right now, 427 above. Do you think that that'll stick as this game continues to draw on?
I'm gonna.
I think it will be very dependent on.
After this, I'm gonna end stream.
The zone pools. I think here in this game, they're much more willing to sort of stay in Frosted because they're aware of some of those teams further north having to sort of rotate past and potentially even look to rotate through Frosted.
The movies, so.
But again, if it doesn't work, if they can't get any of the tags on those couple of teams in the Storm, I think, again, you start to look and think, okay, maybe we actually just can't do this, right? Maybe we have to switch things up, try and play more towards
into game number 2,
getting to center zone earlier.
Number two, bro. Savage and Truly, bro. The GOATs, bro.
Bit of a risky spot to be in, right? Especially knowing that you're likely going to have to deal with teams like Nebs, Nathan, who are already a little bit more centrally focused. And kind of just waiting to dictate how they want to move this.
I ain't fun to
look, again, bro. This is a team that the analyst talks about.
I like that, bro.
Them obviously working with Coach Harry and the success they've had this season. I think one thing I know Coach Harry is very big on is, pre-planning your rotates and always being ready to move on zone pulls if it's the best option, and you see it right there, right? As soon as zone pop, they had the rotation readied. Cammy, Hari doing what I think a lot of teams at this stage in the game are looking to do. Trying to find vending machines to keep their white HP up in the storm. Pink is going to be the duo that runs into them. And unfortunately,
right there.
Not going to be an even match. Hari more than ready to deal with the threat.
That was
a
nice little freebie refresh there for Hari. Just a tough spot for Pink and Haris to be in. The surge continuing to kind of batter away some of these players' HP bars. Haris probably glad that Cammy and Hari have left the area, but at the same time, losing your duo, that's still just enough of a setback that even when Haris makes a play for the reboot, they're still just going to be having to play catch up the whole way through. Eyedrop and Gonzo, though, success here, the elimination onto Bevies.
Yeah, and ultimately, when it comes to the Eyedrop Gonzo Pink Haris debate, neither duo looking in favorable shape so far.
Which almost makes you kind of reconsider, do we just opt for the immediate 50-50 then, like we were originally doing at the bus stop? Because maybe then that way it could be a little bit more of a game starter for these teams. Scary and Sias, though, are going to be beaming if they can close out on this elimination. One knock there onto Medius. Prodoxy still trying to see if he can scrape by here, but the damage has already been done. Losing your duo the moment that the partial zones start to enter in, it just complicates the process, and it is going to be very difficult to try and squeeze out a decent endgame placement here. The real silver lining right now for Prodoxy is just the fact that he's at least already made it into a decent spot in zone. He's got 322 above as well for his surge, so a little bit of Chuck Jug resource that he has, he can at least buy more time than what some other players would potentially be looking at.
I said it wasn't a great spot for Gonzo and Eyedrop to be in, and they look like they will recover things well. Gonzo with one. If they can get themselves into the safe zone, somewhat safely, it's going to be hard. Look at all the teams in the bottom right that they're having to run into here. This is
good stuff, chat.
Going to be very tough to survive.
Let's see if we can do something here.
Luckily, though, Sweet, who appears to be just way too weak to continue trying to harass Eyedrop or Gonzo, so they will manage to continue wrapping around, but they already noticed where a lot of this congestion is pooling. They're going to try to cut across, hope that Norm and Deemish are distracted enough to not really take any shots at them just yet, and will manage to make their way in, but that surge just immediately cut down to a fraction of what it once stood at, from about 500 above to now only sitting 140, and in a bit of a pickle here. They could find themselves sandwiched, but making it just across where Darm and Deemish are at is going to be enough of a gap for them to at least have some room to breathe.
Swizzy and Pixie on the high ground.
We're seeing again just how tough it is to move in this lobby if your timing isn't on point. Not just what you lose in terms of shields or build spent, it's the damage that really is the winning factor oftentimes for these teams as far as staying above on Surge.
FNCS skin available in the item shop. Major 2 skin,
cheeky there. Sharkantini thought they would have
the best skin in the game right now.
A completely open
best skin in the game, bro.
Rotation, but for the most part, they did avoid so much of this zone congestion that they were able to conserve a good amount of their materials, just fully aware of those duos on height that are kind of staring their direction here. But Sky Scroll, they'll take the opportunity to look back, apply a little bit of pressure against the likes of Nidro, but still trying to ensure that they don't get lost along the way, can't stall for too long, don't want to get trapped in any of the backside congestion, and they'll navigate their way straight towards that front side position. It's where they prefer to be, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I think regardless of what worries you might have about Sky and Scroll, one thing that's for sure, their endgame fundamentals are always on point. And so great pathing throughout these last couple of zones for them will set them up for a much stronger game number 2 than what we saw in the first go around. Unfortunately, more of the same when it comes to Vico and Malabuka here. Not in a great spot. Vico is a solo, 3 HP remaining in the open, and back to the lobby for our Summit champions.
Cammy looked good on that high ground.
Their story will continue in the next game, Taco, but here in game 3, the story's just started for a lot of these duos. Will Mr. Savage and Trudy look to reclaim, recapture their game 1 success up on height, or will there be another duo
getting damage on the
that beats them to the punch?
Truly.
Well, at this rate, with the way that Truly and Savage are seemingly clearing out their own line of sight, this is starting to be very reminiscent of that game 1 success. Cammy Hari actually going to be some of the first to try and establish some presence on height, but still, they're not working with a whole lot here. They're going to need to refresh. They're going to need to drop at some point. Pick up a little bit of body loot, and not only that, but they're going to have to contend with the likes of Shark and Teeny, who are now starting to make their way to his front side. But fortunately for them, Teeny taken out along the way.
Teeny goes down.
That's part of the problem that's involved. These overdrives, sure, it can cut you across the front side of zone, but it can also leave you rather exposed. And Hari, great awareness there to take out Thomas. At the same time, loses so much of his HP, dropping for that body loot, and Izzy and Nosif have taken over.
Yeah, it just feels like 1 step forward,
Izzy and Nosif,
2 steps back for Cammy and Hari. Izzy and Nosif, though. How special this could be for this duo to come through, rock up, and win this game. We need to be careful, though, because there are still threats in this lobby. Threats who will be looking to try and capture height from them.
Running around.
But they are not the most troubled team in this one right now. Taco Shark down to the barest of bones.
Might be able to be one of them, maybe.
And even with Shark being able to spot the fact that there are other players duking it out right next to him, he knows he just doesn't have the HP. He has to try and catch somebody off guard. And Bamboozling really the only option here, but Shark won't get the chance. Just brought down by Twy and Cringe, who are starting to really make a name for themselves, hovering that front side, ultimate low. They're going to complicate the process here for any teams that find themselves a little bit worse for wear when you try to drop layers, try and avoid that overview from the teams on height. You also find yourself potentially exposed to duos that are already starting to really control that frontside low position. But no, O'Reilly for Strokey, this could be a big recovery instance for them after how game 1 shaped up. And the fact of the matter is they forced Izzy and Nosif to drop from height.
I said there were still threats in this lobby, and this is one of the main teams that was always going to be a threat. You could see them deep in the storm plotting their ascension, and you see just how quickly the tables turn. Nosif goes down to the hands of Darn, Scroll, and Sky, doing their best to stay alive here with no materials.
Onto Izzy,
and that's a key refresh to just keep them ticking that much longer in the game.
Problem now, though, is that Sky, he's got to lead the charge here, not only for tarping, but also for leading the aggression. Doesn't have a whole lot of HP, has to wait for Scroll to heal. But just like that, Darm taken out for Strokey, going to drop, but recognize there's still a player lurking. It's a little bit too dicey to open up just yet. Sky, though, managing, taking up a little bit of storm takes if it means back in position, but it's no use. No, O'Reilly has got them pinpointed, and that'll be the shutdown factor, the opening for another duo to swoop in. Asa and Turtle had paid a pretty big price for it, though, with Asa now left to contend as a solo here, and iDrop Gonzo, they could just make up everything for it from the low ground.
The pressure from above is just too tough to handle. Down below, the squeeze will continue, and you might just find yourself running into a box that does not belong to you if you're eye-dropping Gonzo. A second of cool that will allow them to heal up, but sooner rather than later, the chaos will continue.
Swizzy, Pixie, can't forget that these guys are still lurking in the waters here. Hovering. See the knock body there from Gonzo. They're not going to go for it just yet. Still staying crouched, still concealing their position for Strokey. Going to start trying to play Agent of Chaos here towards the teams on low ground. But remember, iDrop doesn't have any materials unless you go pick up some body loot. Finally, Twy going to be taken out, but the coverage, it's Pixie and Swizzy who've got more than enough to work with here. Handful of builds remain, but with the way that they've currently set up,
Cringe
won't have any option. Takes out Noah Riley, but finds himself having to repeat the same sort of stare down for Strokey, as a solo won't be able to match up. And Swizzy Pixie, just in the final seconds there, Levin, they have completely caught everyone off guard and just utilized that chaos their advantage.
Cringe gave the alley-oop for Swizzy and Pixie to slam it down. What do you make of that one, Frankie?
Well, I am excited to welcome in some new low ground kings in Swizzy and Pixie to Qatar. Loving seeing them emerge from the shadows. Why bother contesting for height when you can just cut through the low ground to Qatar?
Yeah, I mean, new in terms of today, because they got 28th game one, or well, that's where they were on the leaderboard going into this match. But neither of these players are new, Midi Minor. Some of the most experienced veterans in the Fortnite space. A lot of high expectations, especially recently coming into these grands for this duo.
Yeah, it's very nice, actually. It's nice to see them sort of growing into the season. We sort of spoke about them at the beginning of the show, just briefly, sort of how they're the sort of team that will turn up when it comes to the major finals. And Levin sort of spoke about it on the cast as the best players who turn up in the major finals. And you won't get too better here than Pixie and Swizzy. And what a performance, really, from them here on low ground. The way they're able to clean things up. Pixie, Swizzy just hit to hit, looking for eliminations after eliminations. Of course, it actually helped out, of course, the fact that they were able to win it by Cringe, but still a fantastically played endgame. And they're a team that I think could definitely end up top 3ing. I put them in my top 5 at the beginning of the show, so expecting big things.
Some of those shots that we're hitting in the replay, especially that shot from Pixie, that one shot was absolutely disgusting, and I loved it. So we're going to see more of that, please, after this break.
All right, chat. First place, we got iDrop and Gonzo, looking extremely well. 4th place, and then 9th place with 8 eliminations. So they've been fragging out, low-key. Then we have Cringe and Twy in 2nd. We have Game 1 winners, Mr. Savage and Truly, in 3rd place. We have Sky and Scroll in 4th. We have Darman Demis in 5th. Strokey and O'Reilly. Swizzy and Pixie getting bumped up to 7th place. TD and Julie, Shep and Flixie and Zayas and Scary. Most notably, we have Shark and Teeny going up to 17th place. Oh my gosh. You have Vico and Malibuca, bro. Only getting 2 points in that last game. We gotta lock in, Vico. We gotta lock in, Malibuca. Come on, bro. They gotta lock in, bro.
Wait, if you're mid play. 100! 100! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Game 3 coming up, chat.
Milk can help you grow. Milk can't prevent your ride from blasting into space.
You too short.
Welcome back to the FNCS Major 2 Grand Finals. Europe is already popping off and we're only 2 games in. So let's take a look at the leaderboard and see the status of our duos so far. Some of the big names are still getting warmed up, I think it's fair to say, for the likes of Vico, Malabuka, Shark, and Teeny. But we're seeing some names we know and love coming out strong. And Fast Roki and Noah Rayleigh, they went up a whopping 15 places in that one. They took control of the high ground after Izzy and Nosef needed to find some refreshes to Carter. The question for me is, can they find consistency and will they be able to do this again this weekend?
I hope so. I really hope so. Because I went back to Major 1 when Noah was playing with Reason. I mean, they got 18th, and at the summit, we don't have to talk about the summit, but it was closer to the end of the leaderboard. Now paired up with Fastroki, who didn't make either of those previous events. They're actually looking quite good, Minnie.
Yeah, this is exactly where they want to be operating, though, all the way up here on height. We know about Noah Rayleigh. We know how he likes to try and play these games right here. Quite unfortunate situation that Kryn sort of went up and really disturbed them because the way they played height was looking actually really, really strong. I suppose my only slight concern for these guys is their off-spawn situation. We saw it in game number 1, and the reason why they're not higher up on the leaderboard here is that, of course, Noah Rayleigh went down, and then Fast Rogi had to try and solo clutch to try and get him back up, and it just really didn't go well for them off-spawn. So they're doing exactly what they need to do when they're making it off spawn in a good way, is that winning the game, doing as well in that game as possible, because you never know what that next game is going to bring.
Well, we've seen consistency and we've seen a huge number of eliminations so far from iDrop and Gonzo. We're only 2 games in, but these guys have truly taken stock of the lobby mini minor, and I think we're going to see more from them.
Well, I hope so. And iDrop is another one of those players that does perform when it goes into the Grands, it seems like, historically, and then just doesn't really show up when it makes the major finals time. So this could be his time to shine. And I was sort of looking back at how they played a lot of their off-spawn as well. And it does seem they're sort of like splitting that drop spot with Pink and his duo Haris. So it's like they're actually having a lot of success just landing towards the south of them and then rotating out. But the issue that they might have now, remember, Pink and Haris, not a very good game for them. We saw Hari and Cammy taking them down in the mid game, so maybe Pink might try and land on iDrop right now and try and mix things up. So although they're in first place right now, things are definitely looking difficult for them as well when it comes to off spawn.
Yeah, it's a bit scary. It's a bit scary when things can switch up as the days go on. I mean, iDrop was with Marius in the last major, but now paired up with Gonzo, I'm kind of liking what we're seeing from them. Top in the end game every single match throughout this day with the 2 matches we played out. So we'll see if the consistency can keep up.
Well, our prediction simulator doesn't have feelings, or so I am told. It hasn't developed sentience yet, but it has predicted Demus and Dom in 4th place this weekend. So let's take a look on the leaderboard and see where they're currently performing, because they were within the top 10 in that last game. I believe they placed 9th. They're getting some solid eliminations, as we would expect for them, and they went up a whopping 5 places. So currently, to Carter, the computer's got it.
If you looked at the drop map, they kind of had a little surprise last-minute switch up on their con, so a little bit of a concern, but from the way they were playing out this end game, things are looking quite bright for them.
Yeah, and they're the sort of team that will show up in these end games as well. They're the sort of team that can really dominate those mid-ground and low-ground layers like they were known for. We haven't seen the best of them yet, and yet they're still higher up in the standings than a lot of our other big names going to this. But I just know their coach Sven will be looking back and looking at how they can navigate that off, because they have now been surprise contested here.
Make sure everyone in the stream likes,
but it's going their way. So
make sure everyone in the stream likes,
and it's going the way of Sky and Scroll as well. I know we've we have spent a lot of time already today listing our concerns about Sky and Scroll. Naturally, they're deaf to them. They are just continuing on as we know they can. And I feel like the second game was a better, more strong showing from them, to Carter.
Yeah, a couple big points for this duo. Now, we obviously talked about the mid game a lot. They've done 2 separate things so far. They've based up on hills surrounding their drop, and they've also based up directly in their drop and stayed quite a long time, even if the zone was pulling away, and it was working. I mean, they were above surge, they were looking good, but the second point I want to bring up is chemistry. They are both up and running as a duo. There is not as many solo clutches as we've seen previously from these 2 players. Now, they're more than capable of getting those clutches, but I like seeing them with a bit more synergy. And I mean, the Titan players that they both are, I'm excited throughout it continues throughout the day, but I'm also concerned going into day 2 if they keep this up, if other players will kind of VOD review that and try and challenge it.
But I imagine quite a lot of players had VOD reviewed Sharkantini, and even they'd be surprised by the fact that Sharkantini are facing difficulties yet again. Minion Miner, what is going wrong for these guys?
They just seem to be scuffed, don't they, coming into these endgames? Look at the heals, look at the loot for Shark. Like, this is not the expectation that I had going into the day. Of course, you know, we think that and Heat's a completely different league. They were absolutely running the show there, but you just can't necessarily play in that same way as you can in Heats and Grands. So it's like, maybe things aren't working out for them in the mid game. I don't think they're winning a lot of those mid game fights. That's quite unfortunate there for Teeny. But again, they're not coming into these end games stacked enough, so they're not able to keep their way going as far as they would have liked. And that was a key element of their strategies going into last major as well. They were able to go into these end games looking pretty stacked, and if they weren't, they were able to find those refreshes because they're so good at fighting. We're just not seeing any of that at the moment, so it's a little bit strange for me.
Yeah, you say they can't, Mini, but I feel like if anyone's capable of doing it, it's going to be Sharkantini. It's not going their way so far, but I think maybe they'll wake up. You know, maybe they'll wake up throughout this day, or maybe even tomorrow, and they'll put on a show for us.
I want to see if they adjust their early game in game number 3. It's ready for us now, so let's see if they still decide to keep pressing W with Taco and Levin.
Taco 11. Game 3, chat.
Let's see, Frankie. I mean, the difference between game 1 and game 2 was stark as far as so much changed off board. We saw a bunch of different teams be the key players in the end game. I'm sure game 3 has a lot more changes up for Storm.
Yeah, and it's also always interesting to see those teams that have the early successes off spawn, how far they're able to leapfrog their standing on the leaderboard or after just one strong in-game instance. So here at the halfway point for day 1, we'll have to see who brings home game number 3.
I think after this is halftime.
I got my eyes all over the map just to see what is happening. One thing that I think we kind of missed last game that will be interesting initially is Pablo and Chino, who had a decent first game, they ended up being contested at Sinister Strip by Wi-Fi and Boris. And yes, we're going to go straight into it. Wi-Fi and Boris jumping into your spawn against Chino and Pablo, and it might be a second win for them here. The shotgun in hand, the Wi-Fi, and I don't think Chino has anything to match it. Pablo goes down as well, and that is 2 wins in a row now for Wi-Fi and Boris up against Chino and Pablo. What a turn of events, Taco.
There is something to be said about a team that if you're entering the competition with no expectations, I think, from public standing, they've got nothing to lose and everything to gain, and they're starting to build up some solid off-spawn rep if they can manage to maintain that level of composure against the likes of Chino and Pablo, starting things off. But Darm Beamish, another team that was actually looking rather solid on the leaderboard.
Not looking good on the map,
still hoping to keep that momentum rolling, but Beamish I find himself in a bit of a predicament here. Dan DePuzzo trying to see if he can close this one out, and Beamish is going to fall. Velo, Zynox also opposite ends of the map, but the results are still the same. This duo closing things out, and we're seeing the highlight reels for Velo and Zynox. Unfortunately, we're also witnessing the lowlights there for Darm and Beamish, and that's going to give an opportunity now not only for Dan DePuzzo and Azet to really play this match through, try and see if they can convert it into a solid endgame placement, but also, Lev, just means that the leaderboard has opened up.
No, absolutely. And these are the types of things that, again, start to set the pace, start to set the tempo for the rest of the day and the day we still have to come. Dan DePuzzo and Azat, a team that was thrust into this position today, but so far making the most of it here in game number 3.
Chat.
Got to be feeling rather nice too, knowing that they'll be a bit more established here at Sunken Shore since they were able to find such a quick conclusion. It also limits the third-party opportunities from elsewhere. Other duos that have still yet to find a conclusion, Focus Thomas being one of them. They are trying to see whether or not different line of sight could open things up a little bit further here. Thomas, though, going to look to get up close and personal, and won't even be necessary because Focus has already done the dirty work. Ignatic going to immediately jump in, and now Thomas trying to give chase. He's got to close this one out. Doesn't want to allow Ignatic to recircle back around and potentially eliminate Focus fully. Any little stir, any little slow to the pace can just be so detrimental later on, and they might even just trade the revives.
Yeah, they're going to trade the res. I think you can see that Thomas's fragger instincts kicked in. He wanted to try close things out. Opted instead to try and trade the revive, but it looks like Rick doesn't want to actually do it. He decided he had the opportunity to revive himself, and he opted against it. Huh. Not sure if that was the play I would have made.
Thomas HD playing res here.
He's just given so much time.
Yeah, if Thomas can get the revive off anyway, then it's a real big
Oh my
God!
He doesn't miss a
He'll
shot.
drop down and take Rick out.
He doesn't miss a
I think
shot,
you
bro.
definitely
Oh my
take
gosh.
the revive trade there, especially since Thomas almost didn't want to give it to you. Take it and run.
Looks like Flixie's a solo. Flixie, you're 2-time FP's champion.
All right.
You. I can already see that you're cooking on something here, Lev. But Flixie, chap, this is not what we would have anticipated.
Sorry, chap.
Ivan and his ex just trying to be
sorry,
a
bro.
bit of a problem here, and looks like they've already been successful in just playing tag along. The fact of the matter is that Flixie by himself looking to try and fend off a rather healthy duo, and they've got time and heals to sort of draw this one out.
Yeah, and the time will definitely play in their favor here. They're not afraid to drag things out. I think we've seen them all over the map at times. They're willing to do what is needed to get their damage and part ways.
Julian noticed.
I didn't jewel here.
Great.
What do we have here? Again, not a surprise. We are continuing to see these
Does bro have macros on or something?
messy fights in the storm. And they're
Probably
always
has
centered
macros on or
around
something, bro.
the vending machines, right? It's what everyone's trying to get to. You want the
Somebody ban him, bro. He has macros
out
on.
of it.
Not like
Unfortunate scenes right now, though, for Darkos. Didn't realize exactly what he was stepping into. Uzi and Kenti just going to prevent any kind
Why does he not
of
fight that?
presence there. And with the Darkos having to, tuck tail and run, you have to think how much longer is he going to have to spend inside of the storm before he's able to try and bring Minori back to the action. Now also just at the mercy of whether or not that duo even wants to give up camping out the reboot play potentially. Just poses a whole new slew of problems there, but we'll revisit later on. Sky Scroll, they're talking about micro adjustments potentially needing to be made. This could start to be the beginning of one for Sky and Scroll. Not boxed on their usual hill, but a little cozy there next to Kyoto, and seems like they're definitely trying to
that's half of
get a little bit more
bro.
Involved.
Or a little bit.
Yeah, I think again, one
it's
thing
a little bit more, but it's like half of a million.
that we've seen from them, even in the scrims this week, since
Can you imagine winning that much money, Chad?
the actual heat stage, they are willing to change things up in their game plan. I think we will see still a lot of them based up at Frosteds when the zone pool is right for it.
Looks like Zone is pulling a little bit north.
Things have definitely been a bit more favorable, at least for the starting half of today's competition. But Hydrop and Gonzo even getting a little bit of a review for what they've been kind of cooking. Again, we had originally expected that they were going to be going for that early 50-50 against the likes of Pink and Riz, but that has clearly shifted course, and Hydrop and Gonzo certainly finding themselves on the favorable end of that exchange, but
like they did with number one.
Other teams across the map still looking to try and solidify their position on the leading portion of the leaderboard. Truly Savage still in that top 3 contention, Levin, and
it's the worst weapon in the game, Chad. Literally,
has
bro.
definitely been trying to take control of their own destiny, but
little stuff.
You never get too excited. You never start to hit the autopilot. Even if you have success throughout these first 6 games, there is still an overnight review session to take place.
Thank you, Eli.
Look, I'm not trying to start more regional drama than I already do on a usual basis, but I seem to recall recently, I believe Clicks, we all love Clicks, right? Shout out to Clicks, of course. He's an icon. but I seem to recall a clip of Clips recently talking about why he doesn't feel EU is as entertaining to watch because, you know, Mr. Savage, who's the biggest name player, the one with the most fans, the most numbers, isn't typically in contention to win and compete for wins. And it does seem to me that maybe Savage took that a bit personally here because clearly they've come into today's Grands with the intention of showing that they can compete, that they are a threat.
Still one take.
Let's see if good old Mr. Clicks will be doing the same with Rapid on NA later. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, though.
Definitely leaves a lot on the table right now, though. Because for those that were privy to that initial sort of spat, you also have to remember Savage, he's backing up his words right now. He was kind of, you know, sent some return fire towards Clicks, and now the ball's going to be in his court. He can maintain this level of composure throughout day one. Shark Teeny, though, definitely a bit more of a problematic day than what anyone would have originally wagered. This is a team that most would have probably expected to already be in that leading portion or top three contention right now. But at the same time, when eliminations are worth 4 apiece, you can never factor them out.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's been part of the analysis a lot of people have given, right? A lot of it has been, hey, even if Shark and Teeny do have a slow spell over the course of some games, they're also going to have their high spell where, you know, we saw in the heat, we can get double digit and then wins.
Chat Flixie trying to fight against
not in the most ideal of positions here. Still the same team, Ivan and Hizix.
Chap trying to.
This has just been.
I think we're seeing a first range match of the weekend.
Oh my god!
Between these two teams here.
This is exactly where Chap can have that opportunity to shine. He's been remarked in the past as, you know, leading fragger on EU, and now given an opportunity to really try and present himself in that manner. Granted, it is a steep ask given the loadouts, given the position he was left in, with Flixie having to play for the reboot and whatnot. And not only that, but for Hizix and Ivan,
don't forget, guys, that
they invested a lot of time trying to build their surge, of course, against Chap and Flixie. But even with some of their success, the amount of damage they took in return, I don't know that the numbers are necessarily super heavily in their favor. And that's going to result in them, again, just having to continue dragging things on from that position. And like you said, Lev, a bit of a grudge match even. And I don't know that if it's not me, it's not going to be you either, is the game to play against a team that's already global certified.
Yeah, that's a battle you will lose more often than not. So hopefully they have someone listening to your commentary right now, Taco, who can advise them wisely. Cammy and Hari, a decent start to the day, and a team who I think, even though we associate Cammy with such high levels of greatness, the reality is they haven't been a team that people have put in contention to win FNCSs in quite some time.
Need like a better
but setup, still one of the teams who sneakily is just always going to be quite consistent. This is a team I'm really excited to see, though. Swizzy and Pixie coming off the back of a win in game 2.
Put it up here for
showcasing why they are going to be one of the best teams to watch throughout today. You see Swizzy up in that base in the trees, a spot that we've seen Swizzy sitting in all season long, playing from this spot, and a spot that has definitely reaped plenty of damage for this duo.
And even very early on in this season, Swizzy and Pixie made it known that they wanted all of Battlewoods to themselves. They were not willing to give up any bit of their territory. And here today, seems like they've done a pretty solid job at defending it and defending their claims. They've had a lot of good success already.
Yeah, it was kind of awkward because they were sort of marking on the drop map all of Battlewood, whereas Twek and Mydro, who were the other duo landing at Battlewoods, were like, No, guys, we're splitting it. Like, we're just gonna do what they do in NA. Like, we'll take the top half and like leave. And like Swizzy and Pixie were like, nah. We're taking all of Battlewood. And so it's good to see that things are working in Swizzy and Pixie's favor. And we'll see whether Tucker and Midro are able to get the most out of the current arrangement. But it just goes to show, Taco, their intention today, right? These guys aren't coming to mess about. I think they see that an FNCS Championships is within grasp.
Just so much longevity, too, behind them when you really boil it all down. Because even reflecting back on last year, Swizzy and Pixie and their status in the community, and then, you know, that little bit of a dip in Major 1 finals, but then at Summit, just the revitalization of that duo and continuing to showcase. Yeah, nice. Kata's always cheering there. Saez, as probably wishing that they might have picked a different direction to come in from, but just not too many options left over here. Savage, truly, they could be the next victims if they're not careful, but Saez and Sean seem a little bit more preoccupied with Dandipuzo.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot of the teams that are rotating in and struggling a fair bit are some of those teams that land further south, right? This is a very far north pole, and I don't know how much longer Mr. Savage will be able to hold on here. They will go down. And was that at the hands of Velo and Zynox? Oh, dearie me. It's getting personal out here in game number 3.
Sometimes it's just how the cards may fall, but Sharkantini doing what we know them to be best for. Finding eliminations. Asa have a really much chance to escape Shark sights there, but I drop in Gonzo.
3, bro.
A rather interesting spot now. Got good height leverage over the rest of the lobby, but
trying to intercept my
plenty
stream.
of other teams starting to trickle forward, and Sharkantini at the base of it all, just waiting for a clear indication to make their next move.
Sharkantini making end game number 3.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, they've invested a lot for height here, and I guess, again, if it pulls to congestion, they will sit in a really good spot. So we'll wait the 10 seconds and see just how things unfold. While we wait, though,
Smart Shark. You're
I think
so
we have some
smart, Teeny.
more elims cooking up around the lobby. You see the feed active lighting up.
Trying to bait people to go for the chug jump.
And unfortunately, the zone pulls away. I just had a sneaky suspicion that, like, it just was going to pull away there. And so unfortunately for iDrop and Gonzo, they won't be able to hold on to height. Well, maybe they will. It depends on how they play and how much more they're willing to invest. But they will have to move is the key definer here.
Happens to the best of us. A little bit too good to be true at times. And for Pixie, wow, just picking off for neck before he even has a chance. Twy cringe, trying to see if they could vulture away that body move by Swizzy. What a response. These two are definitely firing off on all cylinders right now, Lev. And again, it's something that we kind of touched on where you're almost waiting for that big performance out of Swizzy and Pixie. We are looking at the first and second, individually speaking, from last year's Global Championships, and they have really started to come into their own form in the second half of the year.
You're looking great.
Yeah. Good to see them picking up the pace. But they'll have much to do if they want to catch up to the level we've seen from Sky and Scroll in 2026.
Jumping on my setup or no? Should I be ISO speed jumping on the setup?
Oh my goodness, Sky and Scroll again continuing to just take this as an opportunity for target practice.
Oh my gosh. 700 above.
Pink will be taken out, and he might not be the last one with how these guys are feeling today.
Oh my gosh, 800, 900 above the threshold.
Every single overdrive forward, from Fruzy through Pink, all of it. It's not even trying to deal with a player that's directly on your wall. It's trying to also navigate when you've got the likes of Sky and Scroll staring right at you. That lobby focus, just a bit too problematic, but Wi-Fi Boris,
for the rest of the game.
They've certainly been able to create a nice little pocket of space for themselves. Now looking to see how far they can take things. The zones start to pull inwards. Twy will fall. Just a little bit too much pressure there from Maldives and Lerix, but Lerix bites off a little bit more than he could chew. not realizing that
Like,
Scary was holding down that position, and
again,
Height now
Inox and Velo
potentially
for the
going to
high
come head-to-head here. Velo, Zynox staring across the way at Sias and Scary, but who's going to be
I
the
bet
first
you
to
someone
force
else is
the
gonna
other
come up,
down? That's
like
the
a third
real
party and go
question,
take the high ground.
because
Like,
they can't both hold Height.
hold up, hold
That's
up.
just going to make things all
Guys,
the more
hold up, chop.
problematic. And right now,
oh my gosh.
doesn't look like Sias to give a chance. Chopped before the overdrive can go off, and that pause is sometimes all it takes. Velo and Zynox are just on full recovery circumstances here. Scary and Sias will be the ones to hold out on Height.
That is honestly heartbreaking. We've seen people go down like that this season, and it's always the worst. But Sias and Scary, they will not care. They will look to take advantage of this position, a position we have seen them on. We know these guys like to play high, and we know how aggressive they can be when they are on it. Swizzy left as a solo in this game, and so if he wants to keep adding to that tally, he's going to have to put an absolute masterclass on. Oh dear, Sias and Scary.
Looks like Sky
They might not know what's about to hit them here, Taco.
They're playing their chug jug
Sky
here.
and Scroll just waiting to bombard them, waiting for
Malabuka
them to
and Vipno
also
go up to the
try and
high
figure
ground,
out if they're even going to be able to deal with Malabuka and Sky and Scroll.
like
They've just been
Malabuka goes
so
down.
patient. They still haven't made their
And
move.
Sky and Scroll,
Finally, gonna get the green light to go forward, see what's up next.
Oh my gosh.
Malabuka immediately able to close off that line of
Deco
sight, but
goes
forced to
down.
drop. Deco claimed by Sky and Scroll, and that's going to be
looking to take
enough
down
damage.
Malabuka as well.
Malabuka now forced to drop
Being able to
down as many layers as possible to evade their line of sight, but for Sky and Scroll, probably feeling so free currently on the high ground control.
Patience is their virtue, and they absolutely will be pleased with how that turned out. Allow Vico Malabuka to do all the dirty work for them, and so as the rest of the lobby thins out below, Teeny stuck in the storm, stuck in the face of Swizzy, and that is not a box you want to open up. Swizzy with 4 already, and he's going to keep the game rolling. Rotates on in, needs to be careful that he does not find himself the target of Scroll's next attack, but the players will still continue to scramble in the storm here. iDrop with plenty of heals, just trying to stay alive, trying to farm as much placement as possible.
Now just have to gauge whether or not Storm Sickness could potentially be the issue here. Cammy falling right in front of Swizzy, but Swizzy just trying to use up the last of his jump. Won't manage to make it. The Storm takes just a little bit too problematic, but Sky and Scroll, they're still moving. iDrop definitely getting active on his own accord here. 3 eliminations, Mythic Pistol in hand. The healing hasn't been enough just yet. Malabuka, though, managing to make something out of nothing despite that early hiccup. Well, he does get cut short there by Hari, but at the same time, this is still Sky and Scroll big enough to be pretty hefty victory royale, and it's one that they for sure needed, as now only a handful of solos really trying to intervene, but iDrop won't be able to escape the visuals. Hari still kicking, but Frosty and Hari, they'll likely be forced to tangle with each other for Sky and Scroll even into the mix.
Oh my gosh, but Hari's just insane.
It's a game for the solo clutches. Hari chucking his name in the hat. And even if he has no chance of winning this fight against Sky and Scroll, he has done more than enough in this game so far. A worthy account of himself. And he'll stretch it out. It'll make it a bit more difficult for them. But you've got to think it's a matter of time until they deliver the crucial shot to win this game. Sky and Scroll announcing to the rest of EU right now that they are still the top dogs. They are still the team to beat. And here in game 3, they will pick up the win.
Hey, maybe with a little bit more HP there, we might have seen something different. Ari's doing a great job at kind of sending Sky and Scroll every which direction looking for him. But yeah, Lev, ultimately, this was a big stand-up performance here from Sky and Scroll. So let's see what the gang has to say.
Sky and Scroll were determined to send a message to everyone watching and to the lobby as they pursued Vico and Malabuka across the sky. They showed us all they're not just the low ground team anymore. They're not just the team that we expect to solo clutch. They are here to take this entire lobby and competition by storm, Takata.
There were doubts. I was hearing a lot of doubts for Sky and Scroll. Their mid games weren't looking as good. They're
looking great. 194. Crimson twice. Swizzy, Ari and Cammy. Strokey, Noah Riley, Sias and Scary. Bello and Zynox, Savage, and Truly. Sharkantini getting up into that top 10 rank. Malabuka and Nico going up to 16th place. Good stuff.
Team, and these guys are definitely confident. Even what we talked about at the beginning of the show, playing height so effectively well, they were able to use a lot of those overdrive grenades to maintain height despite not having all the builds, and then of course get back up on it when they were able to get refreshes. And I think that's sort of synonymous with what we've seen from Sky and Scroll today. It's like we haven't seen the Sky and Scroll that we're used to, and of course playing height is not the Sky and Scroll we're used to, but it's somehow working. So maybe we're going to see a bit of Sky and Scroll height play throughout this weekend, because remember, it's not the first time they've ever played height. They were playing it.
Dang, bro. No halftime? Guess no halftime then, chat. Guess no halftime then.
Milk can help you grow. Milk can't prevent your ride from blasting into space.
No, I'm good.
Oh my god! AG Sky, AG Scroll!
We are at the halfway mark of the grand finals day one. We still technically have 9 more games to bring you, so don't panic just yet because the games so far have been cinema and we're gearing up to a big finale, but we've still got a long way to go. So let's bring up the, in fact, you know what? Actually, we're not going to bring up the leaderboard just yet because I want to see some numbers. So let's bring up the players in focus powered by Milk, because it's always good to just, you know, bring up these individual performances and just check out who's really stepping up to Carter.
Looking good.
Yeah, and you can see in terms of eliminations up top is actually Swizzy. This is what you love to see. And a player, the only player with 2 of the stats is Sky Mini.
Yeah, I think maybe 1,700 of that AR damage was probably done in that base that they were just in that end game, because they were just absolutely frying right there. But expected to see them, of course, up there as well. Bills plays eye drop as well, sort of shows how far those guys are consistently making it into the game. And Ivan as well, maybe a player you wouldn't expect to be getting all those solo clutch points. So a lot of what we'd expect, maybe Swizzy a little bit of an anomaly right there. You wouldn't expect Swizzy to be in that position, but he has the capabilities too. So it's like, yeah, there's a few different surprises on that list, as well as the overall day.
Well, let's take a look at the leaderboard then. I teased it earlier, and there's definitely some duos standing out in terms of consistency right now. Cammy and Hari are making a big case for a duo that is gearing up and may very well soon find themselves at the top mini minor.
Yeah, this is a really good surge from these guys, of course. I think it was a solo clutch from Hari there at the end. And of course, remember, this is a team that still needs to qualify for global championships at the end of the year. And so far, Takata, it's been a decent enough day for them. I think decent is really the only way we can describe it. It's not been absolute fireworks yet, but they are still in that sort of top 5 position, despite not having incredible performances. But that's enough for them right now.
Yeah, I'd say that's more than decent. I mean, top 5, like we mentioned before, it's 9 spots to qualify to the global championship, but that's not including the teams that have already qualified. So if, you know, the teams that already qualified are in that top 9, which is already happening, it's going to go down slowly. So happy with how Cammy Hari performed.
I'm really happy to see Swizzy and Pixie performing on day 1, guys. I literally even made the joke to Swizzy at Summit when they were trying to get the points up on Championship Sunday. Just pretend that the second half of the games is day 2, because we know that that's when they can perform. But now they've had a victory royale, their momentum is building to Carter. Can they sustain this?
I think so, because maybe they switched it up. It's not a day 1 thing anymore. It's a game 1, right? Game 1, they got 25th place, 1 elimination. We just erased that, okay? We forget about it. Since then, 1st place, 7th place, 6, 7 eliminations. They are racking it up, Mini.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Swizzy in particular, we just saw it right there on the graphic, of course. How good is Swizzy playing right now? He does have this in him, this sort of solo potential to just light up a major finals and a grand finals, and that is exactly what Swizzy is doing right now. We are seeing absolute prime Swizzy gameplay. We saw it right there, full box, didn't even need to take a shot to take out Scary right there for him, but just lovely to see him. Look at that for a shot as well to none other than Teeny. And this is what we expect from these guys when you think about the names. Remember, day 1 last major, they didn't show up at all. I think they were like 3rd last or something on the leaderboard after day 1 this season. Absolutely different, completely different on the other end of the leaderboard now, and sort of where they belong when you look at the leader screen.
It is quality seeing Swizzy take down Teeny. They were both solos in that end game. And actually, if we bring up the leaderboard, we'll see where that clutch from Teeny has got the duo. So they finally made it inside the top 10 to Carter.
Oof, but just barely in that 10th place spot. What I like about this leaderboard is how quickly everything keeps changing. And with Shark and Teeny starting to wake up, this is where things can get a bit dangerous for the rest of the lobby. As we mentioned previously, they just haven't really started too strong. 28th. 15th, 11th, but the good news, Mini, is it's trending upwards.
It is trending upwards, and I'm kind of surprised they're in the top 10. I feel like we haven't seen like enough of them. We haven't really seen them at all. It just seems like we haven't they haven't hit any of sort of their prime or their potential in terms of their fighting. So this is definitely something to keep in mind right now for the rest of the day. They haven't been great at the beginning. They've started to kick into gear a little bit now, and they're starting to go in that upwards trend, and they're still in that top 10 as well. So they're still lurking around that sort of top 5 position on the leaderboard. There's still time for them, and I think they'll start growing into the day even more, because it's difficult. I mean, they're going in as favorites as well, Frankie. So it's like, you know, this is a completely different sort of format for them in terms of how they expect themselves to do.
The pressure is there. I feel like they place it upon themselves sometimes for going for those early game fights. But actually, we saw them playing that early game a lot more quietly in that game number 3. So let's see if that continues in game 4. iDrop and Gonzo, though, they are on fire with the frags mini minor.
Yeah, they are. Just looking at their game right now, they've had a 9th, 4th, and a 4th. They've been super duper consistent at making it into these endgame situations. iDrop as well in particular here, doing really well to solo clutch up so many points to Carter. And it's what we spoke about last season with Sky and Scroll, what we've spoken about previously as well. Solo clutches are really what can win you a major final. So if these guys can go all the way, it will be down to solo clutches like these, so they need to be able to continue.
Yeah, they're the duo that's kind of contending Sky and Scroll right now for who's going to be the most consistent, and both of them are literally head-to-head right now, so it comes down to these next matches.
Well, 3 more games to go on day 1 of the final, so let's get into game number 4. With
Game number 4!
Look, even if the starting half of day number 1 didn't exactly go your way, that doesn't mean that the second half can't be one to remember. And for Vico and Malabuka, that's a team that I specifically want to call a little bit more emphasis towards Levin, because we finally see a zone go northern, and where do we see Vico and Malabuka? In a top 5 position. So obviously they've got it down to a pact when they're in those types of areas, but we got to see just how things actually unfold here in game 4.
Of course, the lobby has started to take its shape. And even though things are still left to be changed, we're starting to get an idea of who some of our better teams are truly here in major number 2. Off spawn at the Cluster Coast, O'Reilly and Fastroki will be looking to continue the strong start to the day that they have had. But it is Ghost and Ping in their way. They will have to make sure they topple. They're looking to just take the fight straight to them. Ping will retreat, and that will slow things down just a moment. But so far, no O'Reilly and Fastroki, I don't think they'll complain about how things have gone.
Not in the slightest, but for Ping and Ghost, part of that, I think patience, part of that, I don't want to call it hesitation just yet, but you don't see them wanting to go all out because they know we need to try and convert. We need to transition into some endgame instances if we want to have any real opportunity to finish strong here in day 1. And that's something that Twi and Cringe have also been contending with. They've had a very solid day so far, but they've got to look and defend it. You don't want to run out of steam in the secondary half. And just like that, Twi doing an excellent job at confirming the initial off spawn.
And that'll be another off-spawn loss for Radiant and Bimbo. We have not gotten the chance to see that duo really play at all today. And that will be some nice early damage for Cringe and Twi, as long as they don't take any more damage. I did see a player in the distance who looked like they wanted to get involved. I think it was Polo.
For Huddy and Fishy just splitting the
bit awkward though. Huddy Fishy clearly kind of smothered out of Wonky for the most part. But taking another look into what's been building here at Cluster. No Riley for Strokey. 6th on the leaderboard heading into this match, and certainly wanting to defend that position. Again, just an early departure. It's not the end of the world, obviously, but it's just knowing that you are leaving opportunity for another duo to potentially step up and fill those shoes and then some. And that's just not the type of position that Noah Riley and Strokey want to try and deal with here. But Ping and Ghost determined to try and build a little bit of early game presence here. It's just complicated now, Levin, because neither side has really folded to the other. No clear advantages given away just yet. Noah Riley for Strokey doing a great job to defend their current position, but they are running thin on material. The Pulsar scanner as well working against them, giving away their exact location. That's going to be the green light now for Ghost. He's trying to get active, trying to force his way into their box, but he's not careful. Strokey might be able to catch him on an off angle, creeping around, and Noah Riley might even be able to get the job done by himself. Big shots into Ghost. Going to put him on the retreat. And this little bit of delay here, it just starts to work against Ghost and Ping, because the mental becomes much more difficult to sort of hold on to.
Well, that was a change in pace. I was about to say things have slowed down, and then instantly Ping and Ghost will go for the jump. And that is right in their favor. Let's take a look at Ping's POV here. Yeah, he just noticed for Strokey had turned around, left his back open, and did not pause at the opportunity.
That's stupid. Why do you got it?
Former duos now fighting against each other. Pink and Vico. And this is a very tough spot to be in for both of these teams because, again, Vico, Malabuka, just having to really get a taste of success in that last lobby. But for Pink and Hariz, sticking a little bit more towards middle of the pack area, and they're trying to break that mold.
Yeah, and I don't know how much longer Pink's going to be able to hold this wall. I don't think he's gone to boot camp in Germany for this one, and so eventually Vico is going to just take it. You don't let him have it, but holding on only does so much. It's going to be more about the damage than it is holding on to your builds in a fight against Vico.
Both teams, though, starting to realize that they're getting tagged from other players off in the distance, making the affair a little bit more complicated. One misstep can be a bit of a doozy here. Don't want to find yourself losing all of your shield before you even get into that immediate box fight position against who's right in front of you. But Hariz and Pink still forcing Vico and Malabuka to stick around a little bit longer here. Both of these teams likely going to be forced into finding some closure here eventually, because this is very likely going to be the surge battle that carries them through the mid game.
Nice, bro. W's in the chat, bro. He's gonna win this.
We'll take a look at how Focus has this one elimination. Oh, let's not replay that one back. I think for Kiwi's sake, I think they'll appreciate it if we never show that again. Of course, we saw those two teams fighting in the previous game. But the key thing is Thomas and Focus in the previous game didn't have the best of times, right? Obviously, the zone pulled very far to the north. So we know they struggle sometimes on those far pulls.
Bertini and Shark, a little look into what went right for them at the very beginning of this match, but still more to sort of contend with here. X-Force Bevies now stepping up to the plate and delivering some pretty big swings here. Shark forced to fall back. He's going to have to leave it in Teeny's hands to see whether or not they can even extend this fight longer. And Teeny with a big answer back, but it's so short-lived. Now down to Shark to decide, can he deliver on yet another huge solo clutch instance, but with so little HP to work with. Bevies trying to force his way into where Shark is at. He knows just how injured, how weak he is, but Shark doing everything in his power to still hang toe-to-toe with Bevies. And that last shot going to be enough. The shield crack will force Bevies to reconsider just how desperate he wants to be, trying to take these big swings up against the likes of Shark. But Shark one more time, now ready to go on the offensive. He's had his opportunity to heal. Bevies, similar stature, but no one able to find the winning angle just yet. But for Shark and Teeny, this is still just enough of a slow down in the pace.
Axforce and Bevies did everything right to begin that one. And then you make the play of jumping in and 50-50ing Teeny, and he just punishes you. And from there, it was just not happening for them. The second you make it an even 1v1. Respect to Bevies, but I think everybody watching this is taking Shark every day of the week in that scenario. And that's so tough. You saw the second he realized, wait, this is Shark and Teeny we just are fighting. He was like, yeah, I mean, Shark's healed up. I'm not trying to fight him. He instantly went for the overdrive nade to get away. I think that tells you everything you need to know. Shark and Teeny will remain in this one. Axforce and Bevies will not.
It's a tough break, but at least they know they'll still have a couple more lobbies before the day is over. Interesting quick stat on display there for Sky and Scroll. Something they've been notorious for in past tourneys has just been the solo clutch points that they've been able to accrue at one point or another. But here in today's competition, they have done an excellent job at just making sure that they stay together throughout the full process. Pink Haris, though, still tagging along in this endeavor against Malabuka and Vico. Both of these teams
They're
just finding themselves going deeper and deeper northwest of the map, navigating all the way back towards the vending machine, which is the initial starting point, to be fair, for Vico and Malabuka. So Pink and Haris have got to be rather cautious here. Some of these pre-existing builds they know could most definitely belong to Vico and Malabuka, but this wraparound of the mountain from Malabuka, that could pose such a huge threat later on. Pink and Haris, they don't scout that one out. It might just be their demise at the end of it all. And the way the elimination feed is starting to light up, have to expect that Malabuka found exactly what he was hunting for all along. His Yanis and Rax closing in slowly but surely.
Yeah, this one's, again, a matter of time. They just have to play the waiting game, really. Bit of counterfire, but yeah, you don't have to jump in and rush in too quick. If you're Rax, you can allow Janice to get back involved and look for a pinch again. And that will be that.
Plenty of endings too for this duo to be able to get some heals going, but I want to take a look back at what Malabuka have been cooking. Unfortunately, Pink on the grill here. It's Malabuka finds a nice elimination, but now that's going to leave Haris to sort of figure out where exactly is even going to be the escape path, because got to try and make a play for the reboot, but you also have to try and avoid the line of sight there from Vico and Malabuka, who know that you're in that solo position, so they can just gatekeep you from actually being able to make it any sort of fluid rotations. Savage, truly, also on the lookout. 367 above, though, so pretty successful day so far.
Yeah, but the day's not finished. Job's not done. Let's not get complacent now. It's only game number 4. Still so many points left up for grabs. And I think you're feeling that urgency, at least from Vico and Malabuka here, as they look to try and close this one out. Haris will jump, skip, hop. It won't be enough. Malabuka will get the seconds. And now, way above on surge for these two. And even though we aren't getting that super far North Pole, you would like to think that they are set up still to have a decent game.
It beats some of the cross-country paths they've had to take, at least with the South Zone pool. So definitely have to see if that bodes any better luck for them here in this game. Huddy and Fishy just constantly sending it up that wonky wheel, but Cringe and Volko trying to capitalize. They need to get this elimination onto Fishy. They know that this is the half of the duo that certainly can pose a bigger threat in terms of a 180 scenario, but with Fishy now going down, Huddy left to try and play out these medkits. Both of these teams
bro, this is now
realizing the fact that with the way that this Osman has sort of dragged on, Volko and Cringe certainly leaving a little better still for it.
Oh my gosh, Volko
will suffer the fall damage. The chop actually successful, and Huddy, despite everything else, you would think that it would just be coast is clear, or right off into the distance, and yet Huddy with an excellent chop. The fall damage into just being so forced into becoming target practice there. You could see where things went south. Cringe actually going to be the one to ultimately chop down his duo. A bit of a heartbreaking scene. You thought that it would lead to an easy elimination cleanup on Huddy. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there in the call, but certainly a bit of a sour outcome for those two.
What a blunder. I mean, game number 4, we got to start to lock back in, my friends. Can't afford to make mistakes like that one, and it's one that will be a sore mistake because the reality is Cringe and Volko have been the better duo on the day, and they've been looking much better than Hutty and Fishy have, but now giving those guys a bit of room to start their recovery journey. Sires and Scary, we saw their misfortunes up on height not long ago, and they need to right those wrongs. But that starts with getting into the zone, and it's not easy to do. You can see all the players in the zone around them.
91 above barely.
And now that they're split, Maldus in between, Sires is going to have to try and get back to his teammate unscathed, which I don't think will be the easiest of tasks. Scary does well to get the damage, just tick them above on the Storm Surge threshold.
Very in a very awkward position, trying to make his way across. Fortunately, won't take any additional damage from Scary there, but very maybe even experiencing what it's like, the taste of your first FNCS Grand Final set lobby. And can be as difficult as ever for those starting to build up on the experience tree here. But even Scary and Saez saw them pop off in the Major 1 Grand Finals. Major 2, though, could be a slightly different setting. It's Flixie hoping that he can actually get a shot against Nosif, but that dream will be cut short. The whole lobby now looking back at what's been taking place here. And for Flixie and Nosif, there will be a conclusion. Flixie might even be able to make his way into this next edge of zone, but it's just a bit heartbreaking to know he'll have to forfeit Chap. Can't play for the revive, not with the entire lobby already looking his direction.
Again, bro.
Yeah, and again, another tough spot for this duo. A spot we don't like to see them in. But one, unfortunately, feels like they've been faced with so many times this year.
And firing.
Question marks will be asked. But we'll save that for after today. For here in game number 4. You can see the lobby shaping up. You see the rotations coming through. Truly and Mrs. Savage will get to zone
looking great right now, bro.
Earlier than most, but won't look to play height like they did in game 1.
Yeah,
not quite having the resources maybe to do that. Mats will be dropped to Mr. Savage to put him in a much stronger spot, but there's other teams above them already now. If they want to play height, it's going to have to come later.
Truly a bit on the prowl there, though. Almost seems like he was trying to set up for a pre-edit instance even. Ju maybe need to watch his next step. Doesn't know who might be lurking on the other end of things. Sky Scroll, though, 360 above. They've managed to make it towards this next front side. Not only that, but a little bit of hillside control, too. They aren't the only ones looking to try and utilize a bit of height to their advantage. Hari, Cammy breaking through. Also going to start traversing their way forward. But Polo and Godoy, actually seemingly some of the first teeny Shark, though. Disaster striking yet again and one more time. Ball's in Teeny's court for whether or not he'll be able to get another deep endgame run here. We saw him do it in the last lobby. The solo clutch points certainly began to factor in and put them into that top 10 contention, even on the leaderboard. But still, Evan, this is just not the sort of place that you would expect these two to be in.
Yeah, and this is the problem that analysts have been highlighting with them.
And now we see Marius.
I'm going to switch focus for a second, Taco, because this is something so many people were expected to see more of. Marius and Fredoxy set up to play height, but they are down on Surge. They have no materials to hold on. They blocked their own overdrive, and Fredoxy will go down. Marius will quickly look to follow him, I think, back to the lobby. Will jump in the box, but there's nothing he can do, and just like that, the height take is over.
We knew that they were going to be a team that wanted to psycho height, but let's not factor that one into the count. Let's see whether Fredoxy and Medius can get recovery point maybe in game number 5. Still, thoughts in the right place. Vico, Malabuka going to get cut short here on the rotation, and that's going to be Malabuka's downfall even, as now Vico left to sort of sift through these varying layers. Does find a little bit wiggle room here, separate from the rest of the lobby, but Twy and Cringe directly underneath them. How long can he really hold down a frontside position? So many of these healthier teams kind of surrounding him, and Twy, Cringe even willing to tank a little bit. these storm ticks, if it means being able to actually claim some of this front side positioning here, is Savage truly one elimination, but they're going to need plenty more if they actually want to put themselves in a contending position here. But now it's all down to Mr. Savage. Truly won't be able to make it back where his IDL is at. His Vico still doing everything in his power to keep trekking forward.
Height gets chopped.
The height chops will come through. It won't go uncontested. Mr. Savage will quickly fall. But there are still players in this lobby who will look for it. Hellfire and Winther on second height there. Teeny as a solo, I don't think will be in contention to take it, but he might just cause problems for some of the different teams in the layers around him. Quickly gets wiped out as they spot the threat. And so now, some of our top dogs, some of our top players will look to continue to build on their leads. Unfortunately for Pixie, he'll go down, and that leaves Swizzy in another clutch situation.
And Swizzy gonna just barely manage to switch to a slightly higher layer, but he's still deep in the thick of it and won't be able to make his way out. Just cut short by another team already in the mid ground. Sky Scroll though, front side, low, leading the charge. Cammy, Hari just one layer above them, but for Sky and Scroll, a little bit more fixated elsewhere.
Yeah, and Sky and Scroll do well here to get the elim, but their biggest threat is going to be Cringe and Twy, who are controlling a lot of the front side of the zone right now. Cringe and Twy quickly will look to stagger their rotation, and you see right there, instantly go and claim that space that Sky and Scroll like to occupy. And so there will be a fight that breaks out between them soon. You've got to think. Cammy and Hari will stay second height, though. They look to be the biggest threats to Polo and Godoy.
Interestingly enough, though, Sky Scroll, they've managed to overtake, but Twy, Cringe still working their way forward. Overdrive ready to try and head straight into battle, but Hari, Cammy, somehow, some way, making it up towards height from the low ground. Still, they need a refresh. They need a little bit more material to work with here. Cammy is just claiming whatever space he can find up above. He knows he's got to start applying some pressure. Some of these duos underneath, they're going to need every little bit of these teams clashing with each other, just putting them in that slightly leading favor as Scroll, the great refresh there, going to be able to reconvene with Sky, and these two are looking to really draw this one out up against the likes of Cammy and Hardy. Hardy now will start to drop, doesn't have any material, so he'll try to play whatever angles he can find, but you can't forget about where Cammy is at, trying to play that little bit of distraction factor, and all the while, Cringe healing through it, waiting, poised to strike, staring down this mess unfolding right in front of him, and he sees the first knock that's taken place. Hari has been taken out. Cringe now going to look to strike first shot to connect, but he gets the second on the Sky. Still 1v1 showdown, and Scroll bringing it all the way back. Cammy did everything right up until he had to fight it out at the very last moments there. Another big congratulations though for Sky and Scroll 11. They are coming alive.
Once again, the solo almost made that a much scarier situation, but Sky and Scroll will be more than happy with the output.
Yet again, Sky and Scroll doing this as a duo. This is not something we got to see in the heat, but now we're seeing why this duo was the duo to beat at the start of the year. They are showing up big time, Takata.
They were getting us worried throughout, the start of this major. People are like, oh, they don't have Boulevard anymore. Their strat's not going to work. They just relied on that strat. It's not going to happen. But Minnie, the consistency is back. This is what we're used to seeing with Sky and Scroll topping the charts. Leaderboard has been incredible.
First place, 290 Sky and Scroll. Second place, Captain Twy. Hari and Cammy getting into third place. I drop in GRANDS. Very Shark and Teeny. Savage and Truly. TD and Julie.
Wow. Wiped them out of that position and said, no, no, no. Twy went down, and of course, Cringe caused a lot of chaos at the end. But you have to think the Cammy and the Hari have to win that game, surely, I suppose. But Sky and Scroll, they do it again.
It was an absolute masterclass, wasn't it, Takata?
It really was. The most consistent duos throughout this day have been Sky Scroll, I Drop Gonzo, Cringe, Twy. The issue is, I Drop Gonzo went down very early in that last match, 40-something. So they've been cut off on that consistency talk. Cringe Twice, Sky Scroll are now the ones going head-to-head. But Kamihari, despite that one little hiccup game 2 with the 16th, have also been looking incredibly strong. And we are just getting started, Midi.
This is so good, though, from Sky and Scroll. Look at the way they're operating here. Look at the way they're playing these low ground layers. This is exactly as we'd expected them to do in terms of this major. Lovely shot there from Scroll. Then Cringe is the one that causes all sorts of problems in the back. Nearly spoiled it all for Sky and Scroll. Remember, he did that earlier. I think it was for Fast Roki and Noah Rayleigh earlier on when it was, I think, Swizzy and Pixie that ended up winning the game. So he's causing all sorts of problems. A great game from them. Sky and Scroll, these guys are really coming alive right now. And they're coming alive in lots of different ways as well. They're not just playing their one strategy. They're not just sort of relying on one way of playing. They're adapting, which is great to see as well.
I wish we could listen in on their player comms because I'd just be fascinated to hear how they're communicating that end game, how they're choosing which fights to go for, how to isolate those 1v1s and share the spoils. But whose day did they spoil? Well, quite a few of our duos. So we'll take a break. We'll be right back to talk about the leaderboard.
Not like Shark and Team. Not like Kimmy, not like anyone, bro. Like, bro, how do they do it? How? We're actually like robots, bro. Oh my god. Oh man. They're actually like robots, bro. Like, I'm done. How did they do it, bro? How? Are they just the goats?
100. I'll go ahead.
Like they couldn't do this during chapter 5. They couldn't do that during chapter 5. They couldn't do that last year. Like now they're just so consistent.
Wait, if you're mid play. 100. 100. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's just because Queasy. It's just because Big E Queasy. Nemo, like, come on. Kieran's wrong with you, bro. Like, bro, if they're in the lobby, they would be doing so bad, bro.
Milk can help you grow. Milk can't prevent your ride from blasting into space.
Sky and Scroll are starting to dominate the rest of this lobby. They have shown so much consistency today, and they've got themselves 2 victory royales back to back, no less. So let's take a look at the leaderboard and catch up with the other duos in contention. Takati, you were just talking about the fact that Sky and Scroll, they are the only duo that's managed to place within the top 10 of every game. But we've got a couple of duos who, apart from one outlier, are certainly still managing to perform. And one of those duos is Kami and Hari. The last couple of end games, we have seen these guys truly step up.
Yeah, we talked about back-to-back wins from Sky and Scroll. Cammy and Hari got back-to-back second places, Minnie. I mean, you can't get much more consistent than that. All that's left is win.
Yeah, all that's left is a win for these guys, but they'll be more than happy with how today has gone so far. Of course, that drop spot that they had, uncontested, the Cammy split looking really strong off spawn at the moment, as well as making it to these end games. And this is exactly where these guys just know how to play these end games. Both of them have so much experience, and it was really unfortunate, of course, that they didn't qualify straight to the Global Championships from the Summit. So it's really nice to see them actually popping off right now, almost guaranteeing them a spot at the Summit if they keep this level of gameplay up. Yeah, to be honest, they're just performing incredibly well, making those end games successfully. They've only had one bad game that's outside of the top 10, but exactly what you'd expect really from a team of this quality.
And Cringe and Twy, I think that we expected them to do well, especially after picking up that valuable experience at Summit. But I don't know if anyone expected them to do this well, Mini Minor. They're able to take risks in the end game, and it's able to pull them off. They have an average placement of 6 after 4 games.
Wow, yeah, they're just absolutely popping off right now. I know a lot of people would have looked at their off-spawn situation, looked at the drop map on paper and thought, oh, yeah, contested, not looking good. But as we mentioned at the beginning of the show, that actually gives them a buff. They're so good at that drop spot. They're absolutely wiping Radeon and his team that are there at the moment. And even as far as just solo clutching here, we've seen Cringe do it in a couple of games right now, just giving them that extra little bit of juice in these games to make it through as much as they have been so far. They are the highest eliminator, or the second highest eliminator in the lobby as well, behind Sky and Scroll. So everything seems to be falling into place for them right now.
Yeah, it's kind of what we were predicting in the pre-show in terms of them doing well while contested. And we talked about Cammy Hari back-to-back seconds. This one isn't back-to-back, but Cringe Twy have 2 third places now as well. So we got double thirds, double seconds, and then double firsts from a 3-2-1 on the leaderboard right now.
They're a team that's clearly refined their game plan, expected to be contested, knowing and understanding what they need to do to get to the end game. And I do have questions about Shark and Teeny, whether they're able to do that in a stacked grand finals lobby, because Mini Minor, we saw this early game fight with Axforce and Bevies, and even though Shark found himself in a solo situation, he decided to pursue Bevies across the map and waste valuable time. And I wonder if that's impacting them now in their late games.
Yeah, I think it is, and it's not something that we've necessarily associated with these guys. We've associated them with sort of being able to wipe through teams really quickly. Of course, big credit to Shark here for actually turning this around. I said when we were in the back watching this, he's 16 HP. They are going to go down right here. I did not expect this from Shark, despite the fact his name is Shark. I really should have expected it probably, but the way he took down Bevies right here at the end, the way he turned that fight around when things were looking bleak was really impressive. But like you mentioned, Frankie, it does set their game back a little bit. It does mean that they are a little bit later going into the zone. We've seen them have to reboot a couple of times today as well. And then they're a team that, you know, needs to rely on those refreshes earlier on in the end game to Carter to actually give them that juice to make it through the rest of the game as well.
And to be fair, they're a team that can get those refreshes early on and can play extra aggressive, but you want to set yourself up for those late mid games. They excel at finishing fights quickly. That's what they did throughout all the qualifiers, the heats, but it's much more difficult in grand finals. They have what it takes to do it, but it's taken a bit too long to close these fights out. They're getting through the mid games and not really setting themselves up for the best position to play them out. And it's just not really going their way. They haven't got top 10 once today. Despite that, they're still top 10 on the leaderboard. So maybe they get a big day too, or maybe they close today off in a very positive way.
Mini Minor, do you think that's what we're going to see? Final 2 games are looking much stronger for these guys, or do you think they need overnight to VOD review and just work things out?
I think the VOD will really help, and I think Teeny will be really good at that. Sort of looking back, we've sort of seen big comebacks from Teeny in the past and different strategies that he's sort of been cooking up. I think that the main issue for them right now is that Sky and Scroll just seem to be so consistent. I think the rest of the lobby not having that consistency, having a bit of a rocky road in a lot of the games kind of benefits them because they're finding all those eliminations, which keeps them in the top 10, and nobody else is really running away with it. But if Sky and Scroll continues to have the performances that they are, it might just be too far away for Shark and Teeny to take.
All right, we've got 2 more games left tonight, so let's get into them with Levin and Taco.
We have 2 more games, like Frankie just said, and the excuses. You can't be running the excuses anymore. You've had the chance to feel out the lobby in the first 4 games. You now have to make changes or try and do things to keep the lead you have on the lobby so far in this EU Grands, Taco.
It's just so tough because when you look back at the leaderboard that's already started to accrue, Sky Scroll, 2 victory royales here in day 1, the only duo to have that level of success so far in this major grand finals. And it's just tough because you're trying to match their pace. You're trying to play catch up as well with everyone else in the lobby, and you don't have many matches left to do it. So with game 5, let's see what happens next.
Number 5, bro.
What we see in these next 2 games may determine how likely we are for the potential back-to-back FNCS major champions for Sky and Scroll here in EU, or whether there is another team, newer names who look to show that they are worthy of the prize. Here, Cringe and Twy, Taco, I'm not gonna lie, I've been waiting to do this. But boy, does it feel good to have a UK team fighting on top. I mean, I'd love to see these 2 young stars finally make their mark. 2 players who have been around in EU for some years now. 2 players who have shown signs of potential over the years. But here in this major, I think we're really seeing them grow into top talents.
And I want to touch more on that in a moment here. First, we got to see what's been taking place at Sinister Strip. For Pablo Chino, just a mess dealing with Wi-Fi and Boris. I mean, good on them to finally be the ones to make a statement and come out on top. But the last couple of lobbies, 11, ever since the first match of the day, really, for Chino and Pablo, ever since they got surprise contested, that second place placement immediately disappeared. And having to experience that back-to-back of being eliminated so early on, they have a long road to recovery set out in front of them. Game 5 could be a great starting point, though, just to make sure they don't leave off on the day in too rough of a position.
Yeah, and of course, went down last game, so as we saw, he's still up in this game this time around. Still an opportunity to continue to fight for the top of the leaderboard now for them. For Strokey and Noah Riley, this off spawn has been quite messy all throughout the day. I think quite personal as well, I'm sure.
A little bit of peekaboo there with the Strokey, but Noah Riley going to be the one with the closing punches as Ping and Ghost taken out.
Yeah, Noah Riley just has the angle advantage on him. The jump shot as well behind the wall is so tough to deal with if you are Ping.
Nice little check-in with what Vico and Malabuka have been getting up to. That initial elimination, though, onto Winther has put Hellfire in a bit of a predicament, to say the least, just hiding out in this little shack, hoping that Vico and Malabuka don't figure out where exactly he's trying to tuck away, but Vico will discover exactly where Hellfire is at. He's on the look.
Oh my god.
And Vico actually brought down. Fortunately, Malabuka able to play saving grace here, but a little bit of damage against them in terms of Surge. Still, ultimately, 2 eliminations to boot. It's got to lead them off on the right foot still.
Hellfire there for a moment, rolling the years back, but Malabuka bringing him back to reality. Of course, 2 players who have fought against each other for many years now here in EU. It will be the Summit champs who reign on top of that battle. Synox and Velo. We did pose the question to them after Mr. Savage and Truly's hot start of were they gonna, fall behind and lose control of that rivalry? Boy, did they shut me up. They have performed very well so far today, and still plenty more opportunities to pick up some points, which I'm sure they will. Currently sitting in 6th place, desperately trying to make sure they secure a spot for the Global Championship.
Still a scary spot to be in, though, just knowing that Cringe and Twy on the move. Meanwhile, tucked away, waiting for that reboot opportunity. Cluster Coast, though, still not completely settled, as Medius and Fredoxy have decided to throw their names into the bunch as Podesai, Sato, also looking to see whether or not they can finally get a little bit of a rhythm going here in this 5th game, but still held at bay here. They know that Prodoxy and Medius are still trailing just behind them, but the further in that they go, the more likely they are to encounter the likes of Frostroki and Noah Riley, for example, and that could be a whole different problem.
Yeah, and the reality of both those duos have had probably quite the day to forget, right? And so they'll be looking to make the most out of these last 2 games.
Like that's the only
you
thing
might just have to start cannibalizing some of the other people at the bottom of the leaderboard to try and give you the boost, the leg up. Talk about these two though, Taco. I mean, what a day so far. Completely shutting up any question marks about whether or not these guys were still at the top of their game.
But it is still a bit funny when you really boil it all down, because Sky and Scroll, I'm not going to say that they were looking like a shell of themselves, but there was definitely a bit of a stretch post-Summit where we saw them encounter their first share of struggles. The Divisional Cup performances weren't handing out the way that they were intending.
He's in a chat, bro. Sky and Scroll.
The probably biggest highlights leading into this Grands weekend may have even come from their instances in recent Evaluation Cup finals, but even then, it's just such a different landscape compared to a Grand Final set lobby. And Shark, always on the lookout. Big elimination here onto Vidil right now, cutting short any sort of momentum that Vidil and Ju might have started building up here. And it's an even tougher break when you factor in that Ju, he's right there in their surge base, center map exactly on the 0 point. So you have to wonder, how exactly did Shark manage to sneak up on his duo so successfully at the vending here? And Vidil just no opportunity.
No, not my boy Vidil.
Vidil goes down.
I hate it had to be you, Vidil, but you know, just another one to add to the Shark highlight reel. Great piece control coming through. The exact type of thing you expect to see from Shark. Hopefully we can start to see a bit more of it, but in endgames, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
I think there's plenty of people right now wondering where Shark and Teeny have been at in a lot of these endgame instances, but still can't put it past them. Come alive in the final hours. Flixie, Chap, they've got Ivan on the run, and bear in mind what we witnessed just a couple lobbies ago with Ivan and Hizix, I believe, that we're sort of holding Chap and Flixie at bay.
What's the frag, your Chap? Or
again, was that just starting point kicking the hornet's nest? Because Flixie and Chap, they've already got their spot locked in for globals. This is all about prize pool contention and preventing anyone from trying to encroach on their space. They already know that there's going to be other regions in the mix, obviously, for the global competition. So whoever they can prevent from EU, that's going to be the starting point.
This is a team I know you were very excited for going into the competition today, Taco. You told me you had high hopes of an MVP-like performance from Hari. And even though I'm sure there are many people before today who would have heard you say that and thought, what on earth is the best Taco on about? So far, these guys are not proving you wrong whatsoever. These guys are playing at a level I think we haven't really seen from them so far this year.
And I really do just want to emphasize on the fact that Cammy and Hari, they have certainly been utilizing their time incredibly well to come up with these sorts of methods that would put them in such strong endgame positions. But not only that, even when they're not in the best kind of spot in the endgame, they still manage to convert it just off of strong elimination presence from Hari. They haven't had high elimination counts at the end of these lobbies, which is probably one of the only reasons why we don't see them immediately in that top contention. But for first place at least, but at the same time, Lev, multiple seconds. They are clearly hot on the heels of Sky and Scroll. And it is definitely going to be a very tight matchup. They continue to deliver.
Guys are scary.
Yeah, somebody has to be the ones to step up and stop those guys from building up an unreachable lead. Last major, it was Chino and Pablo that took up that mantle, right? And, you know, most people predicted Scanscroll to win, and it looked that way all throughout, but at least Chino and Pablo made you doubt. It made you think, what if? Just about who's going to be the team to do that here in this major at this rate.
Watson, Kira, and Marius and Doxy.
Checking back in. Marius and Doxy. Another little bit of a vending scuffle, they know. Team close by. Walks, Kiro, who have had a slightly better day in comparison to Marius and Doxy, so they don't want to find themselves on the receiving end of any form of punishment because you don't want to get stopped in your tracks in the last couple of games. Be a bit of a damper.
Yeah, and I think this has been disappointing from Fred and Marius just because in recent weeks, they've really started to just actually show quite a bit that was inspiring. I think both of them have obviously had pretty rough years so far. Marius didn't really impress when it came to his time with iDrop, and Fredoxy would probably rather if we didn't speak about how 2026 competitive has gone for him.
Like, now it's net damage.
But I thought we saw in the heats and some other cups, it just felt like they were going to rock up into Grands today and really re-establish why they are two top names in Denmark. Currently being outshined by plenty of other top dames, though, in this lobby who have been impressing quite a fair amount. Rax and Yanis, what do you make of their performance so far, Taco? Has it been at the level you were expecting?
It's had its highlights, but I don't want to call it a full dip just yet. They've had some issues with replicating consistency metrics. They've still done enough to put themselves into a very solid position on the leaderboard, but everybody's just kind of waiting to see them get over that last little speed bump, right? And
X trio, and he gets the elimination.
They're not the only ones having a tough time in this lobby. It's scary. Yeah, this is.
Guys, this is not trios anymore. Pablo, Chino, Fredoxy is not on your team. He's lurking against you. He's not lurking with you. What is going on? They don't even realize that he just got shot right behind them. The Fred lurk of doom is coming through. Will he catch on to anything? No, they catch him out. Oh my God, I thought we were about to get a generational Fred lurk right there on his former trio. That would have been so good. But we will have to wait to see it come through.
Depending on who you ask, they might say it was, but maybe not the kind that you would want it to be. Medius and Fredoxy, they're going to disengage. They've scouted out. Another duo started to creep their way in, and that's going to be Flixie and Chap. They don't want to get caught between two separate teams. Nobody likes a third-party fiasco after all, even though Chino and Pablo nearly experienced it. But Chino and Pablo clearly on a bit of a tear here, Levin. 4 eliminations now. That off-spawn against Wi-Fi and Boris, this is realistically just Chino and Pablo trying to remind the lobby that, you know, they are big dogs in EU for a reason. And so it's not a surprise to see them getting a little bit more fraggy, a little bit more proactive with the aggression, because they know they have to make up a lot of points.
Yeah, they have so much to make up for. Look, Chino's and Pablo's placements in the last, so far today. Well, I'll just give you the scope of the whole day, right? First game, second place, 2 elims. You're thinking, oh, they're back. We're getting a repeat of Major 1.
That's insane,
then a 49th, and a 50th. They haven't sniffed this lobby. They've not even got to see anything. They couldn't tell you a single thing about this lobby today. And so, again, in these next couple of games, this game and the last one of the day, they really, really, really have to make up and show us what we saw in that first game from them.
Show us exactly what they're capable of, that's for sure. And it's not going to be easy because we have been seeing that exact type of performance from Cringe and Twy all day long so far. And obviously, they want to maintain their position. They're sort of
Twy and Cringe
tying things up here with Sky and Scroll, trying to stay in that contention period. The Victor Royale certainly working against them a bit, having to witness Sky and Scroll pick up 2 of them, but right now, it's all about Cringe and Twy just not getting stopped in their tracks. A couple different duos looking their way. Surge as well, ticking at their HP bars.
And now
they'll have
Malibu
chug jugs,
making an end
pair of them, but
bro.
they need right now is just that little bit of damage. It's hardly any at all even, but when they both have to spend time healing, neither of them really gets the opportunities they would like to look for the shots. Fortunately, Surge does tick over in their favor despite not closing in on anything just yet, but Levin, they still need so much more damage, realistically speaking. Otherwise, they're going to constantly be teeter-tottering this fine line of just above and just below on the Surge threshold.
Yeah, this is not a good situation for them whatsoever. And when we talked about needing a team to really step up to push Sky and Scroll to their limits, if our second place team can't handle that pressure, it's going to have to be someone else that steps in. For Cringe and Twy, regardless of how things pan out from here, they have shown the talent, they have shown the potential, but it takes some real veteran experience, a cool, calm, collected head to handle the tougher games of the FNCS Grand Finals, to know how to deal with them and to bounce back and to recover them. And so we'll quickly find out just how good these guys truly are here.
I don't even want to look at the left side of the screen. Just knowing that it's Teeny one more time has a solo, and this is their backyard. Calamari Canyon, you would expect that Shark and Teeny might be faring a bit better with the way that these zones have been pooling, and yet still haunted by some of these early game transgressions, and Teeny will manage to try and pick up somewhat the Relude, I believe might have even been body loot off of Shark directly, but the fact of the matter is,
Control the player time.
These two have really struggled to just be a duo in these endgame circumstances. We're seeing Shark go crazy at the start of it all, and then sort of just fizzles out, and now Teeny in a really tough spot here, doing everything he can to try and buy himself a little bit more time, but this lobby is just not giving way.
Yeah, look, everybody in this lobby is going to spend this evening and tomorrow morning preparing so much, VODing, watching back every game, figuring out where they can find an advantage to have a better day too. I don't think anybody needs to put in more time and more effort tonight than Teeny and Shark. Yep. The expectations were so high for them, and they just haven't been able to deliver.
Where was he? I did not see him.
It's definitely just such a tough spot to be in, but Gonzo and iDrop just caught in the porta potty trap of doom here by Savage and Truly. They had it boxed up and ready. They set that trap. Don't know how long they sat there lying in wait, but their patience definitely paying off dividends, because they are well above on Surge. And with 4 eliminations to be included to the overall count here, Levin, just able to follow this next favorable zone pool and are just continuing to stay ahead of the rest of the pack here. It's Thomas and Focus, another duo where we haven't necessarily had too much opportunity to revisit where they currently stand, but 90 points on the day. It's certainly been a rough one.
Such a quiet day. Uncharacteristically quiet from Thomas and Focus. And that was part of the worry. We didn't really get to see much of this team, right? Of course, they won their first heat game and they were out of the lobby. We couldn't get to establish just how ready they'd be for this stage. Teeny, though, barely staying alive down below. How many games have we seen him literally in this exact position, Taco, with just no HP to work with, no time to even get some semblance of calm in this lobby? Everything's so rushed, everything's so pressed. He will run his way into another team, and so all that time spent healing up with the med kit just completely taken away. And right now we're watching Cammy and Hari, and they are the team to watch. They are looking like the team with the best chance, at least in this game, the healthiest, to try and stop these guys, Sky and Scroll, who once again will look to patrol these mid and low ground layers.
Sky and Scroll, they're actually going to need a little bit of help here. Teeny finally eliminated by Twy, just a little bit further up, but Thomas and Focus doing a great job to suppress the lobby. And the problem there, that we saw from Sky and Squirrel. At least Squirrel didn't have any overdrive grenades. He didn't have any kind of mobility. And Hari, Cammy really starting to pick up some steam here as they start to make their way forward. Twy, Cringe still trapping players. And it's Sky and Squirrel, our leading lobby board teams, now clashing head-to-head as Twy and Cringe will shut down Sky and Squirrel here in game number 5.
We saw these two duos fighting it out on the leaderboards. We saw them in previous games fighting for the low ground. And Cringe and Ty will take the fight to them. And now this layer is theirs to hold on to.
But for how long exactly? Because Pixie just a little bit further ahead still, but has a solo. When you're dealing with a healthy duo, it is a whole different type of affair here. Is now Vico, Malabuka getting active towards backside of zone. Bevies will fall. Vico content to pick up that little bit of body loop, but they're still going to need ever more if they intend to keep this run rolling. It's Pixie, yet another refresh, and that was a monumental refresh for him too. The material count just skyrocketing forward. That is exactly what he needed to continue extending his lifeline here in game 5. Is truly now as a solo. We saw him throughout that last chance lobby manifest greatness in these instances. Now he's got to do it in the Grands. Vico Malabuka full sending on the high ground, but Malabuka just gets caught in the thick of it between Focus and Thomas, and he'll be brought down forward. But now Vico looking to play spoiler for what Focus and Thomas have been picking up, and damage may have been enough here. Focus will be healthy and left over, but Thomas won't get to continue.
And Pixie saw the opportunity and he went up for height. He doesn't care that he's a solo. He identifies the weakness and he'll look to capture it for himself. Needs to be careful though, because Focus is still way deep in the storm and still has all the lines of sight to get the damage needed. Plenty of HP to work with as well, but he has players on his wall. Needs to fend them off. Can Focus do it? Yes, he can. Pix will be dropped and that HP will do wonders for him now.
And that is going to be the turnaround point right now for Focus, because there are so many solos still just scrambling around on these lower layers. It's truly going to be the next one up. But he'll take out Legends, he'll take out Cringe, and see what more he can actually try in the crew. But Focus just looking down upon all of it. Leading the charge here from overhead. Going up, ready to descend. The Victor Royale, this is exactly the type of point conversion that Focus and Thomas have been sorely missing on the day 11. And just like that, Focus waiting for the perfect opportunity to close this one out. There's no room for error here, as Focus just steadily making sure that he has the best possible position to shut this one down. Great blockage there. Won't allow a need to go upwards just yet, but Focus still waiting for that final shot to connect, and he gets it. 11 eliminations in total is a pretty steep hill to climb, but that's exactly what they needed. That point disparity was everything for them.
They made us wait for it a bit at the end, but the wait is finally over. Focus and Thomas announced themselves to the lobby.
That was absolute insanity from Focus. Losing Thomas to that contest station by Vico and Malabuka, managing to hold on, sending himself over the top. We thought, did he miss the landing? No, that clearly was the plan all along to Carter, a generational club.
Cringe and Twy. First place, 320 points. Sky and Scroll. Second place. Aaron Cammy third. Izzy and Pixie fourth. Hydra Blanco fifth. Sajid Shuli sixth. Elon Zynox seventh. Folks and Thomas to be Julie. Pixie. Byron. Good stuff.
Against none other than Vico, of course, could stay so far back in the storm with all those chug jugs as well. And from there on out, Focus doing exactly what Focus does best, and showing why Thomas HD picked him up for this major as well. And of course, just popping off so much.
Got 6 builds? No.
Yo, W's in the chat, bro.
100. 100. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Milk can help you grow. Milk can't prevent your ride from blasting into space.
That's game, bro.
No bridges, claiming peace while you're plateauing. I flagged up my city, not really, just kidding. 90 tags they taking from me, this one right here is only for me. My power's so raw, you live in an eye, bet you bet on my odds. If I had to fly, flight dissolved the minute I got on my bed. Don't need to send to your consent to give it 100%, cause I'm a beast to lower your head. I rise, I step. Say you want it all, if you want it all. Make a move, don't stop and wonder. Gotta take it out, cause I want it all. Don't stumble, I'll keep bouncing back. Take a step, cause I've been bouncing back.
We just have one more game of day one of the FNCS Europe Major 2 finals. And to be honest, I'm not going to sleep tonight. I'm going to be anticipating day 2 because of all the action we've had so far. There's been so much drama. So let's take a look at the leaderboard and see how things have shifted. Because Klaxon alert, Sky and Scroll had their worst game of the day so far. And it's allowed Cringe and Twy to take the top spot, Mini.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, Sky and Scroll had the really bad game right there. Their worst of the day, like you mentioned. But of course, the teams around them actually had a decent game as well. So it's just closed that gap. And you can see, of course, now Cringe and Twy use that opportunity to actually overtake Sky and Scroll by a number of 12 points on the leaderboard right there. And this is exactly what Cringe and Twy need to keep doing. These guys now need to become that Sky and Scroll. They need to become that consistency team in the lobby. And there's no reason why they can't be Takata. They've been showing up in every single game and showing us exactly how good they can be in these end game moments, especially in these frags. A lot of these end game eliminations, they're now our sort of best elimination team in terms of average eliminations. So just showing us what they can do here.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing putting them apart from Sky and Scroll was that Sky and Scroll didn't have a game outside the top 10, but now they have. So both the duos are incredibly close in terms of consistency. But what makes Cringe and Twy so dangerous for Sky and Scroll and even the rest of the lobby is not only are they playing incredibly consistently, look at the amount of eliminations that they have, 25 as a duo, more than anyone else in the top 10. They're consistently making end games and they're consistently getting eliminations.
Now, everyone watching at home, remember that some of the duos in this top 10 have already qualified for the Global Championship. There's 9 qualified duos in total in the lobby tonight, and there's 9 spaces up for grabs. So let's take a look at page number 2. Now, Takata, you pointed out to us before, during the break, that we should be looking at the top 14 here, if we include Sharkantini, who have, of course, qualified. And you can see Vico and Mali, another one of those duos, in 11th. Now, they're an interesting duo. I wonder if they're taking risks because they can, because of the fact they've qualified, or because that's the only way to get something done, because something's not clicking for guys in the lobby tonight, Takata.
Yeah, I don't know if I would call it taking risks. When you think of Vico Malabuca, they're not a team that like to stagger things out. They play to their best of their ability every time. They qualified instantly through the heats. They are going to do the best that they possibly can. And, you know, we haven't quite seen that from them today. They're still doing good. You know, they're 11th, but for the duo that they are, it's not what you'd expect from them. It's not what you want from Summit champions, to be outside of the top 10. You want them to be in that first place spot.
Yeah, and it kind of reminds me a lot of their last season performances coming into Grands. A lot of the times, and a lot of the times coming into the Summit as well, they were quite sort of prone to a lot of errors. They kept on making a lot of mistakes in a lot of these games. They kept making those big plays, and they just weren't necessarily paying off. And that was sort of the theme of their entire season, of course. Then, of course, when it comes to the Grand Finals and comes to the Summit, those risks and those sort of plays that they try and make do then come off, and it goes in their favor. But now you can see them again, almost going back to their own ways in a lot of ways. They haven't been able to build on that momentum that we saw from the Summit and Major one of last season. So it's really interesting to see actually that unfolding here. I would have expected a lot better from them. But again, what are they, 11th place right now? They're not completely out of it, which is good news for them.
They're not, definitely. We've got 7 more games to go. And we know from experience of watching these grand finals that everything can change on day 2, even without that 1.5x multiplier we used to have in these situations. Let's take another look at the leaderboard. Let's go to page 2. I want to see where Savage and Truly are, because memorably, we saw them picking up the first victory royale of the night, currently actually on page number 1. So even though we haven't really been speaking about them in the last few post games, actually, they're managing to hold on to Carter.
Yeah, Levin just had to speak up. He started bringing the whole click scenario in after that win. He was hyping it up. Then they get 18th, 32nd, 19th. The good news is the jinx has kind of faded away. 4th place, 5 eliminations. This is what we like to see, especially from Truly. What a performance, not only in the heats or in their qualifying to these finals, but actually performing as well in the major finals is what you love to see.
Yeah, and in those heats, it was actually Mr. Savage that was doing a lot of the clutching. Remember, of course, they couldn't then qualify through. Truly's now the person that seems to be clutching so much in these games and trying to push his team over the line. A little bit of success with it as well. So it does seem like Truly is just stepping up to the plate right now in terms of actual performance in this major finals, when you'd expect Mr. Savage maybe to be the player that's sort of that calm force that's, you know, is staying alive longer in these end games because he's played so many of these grand finals before. It's actually really nice to see Truly performing at the level that he is.
Yeah, I mean, we all want to see Savage and Truly make it to the Global Championships in Antwerp. The tickets sold out so fast. There are going to be so many Savage fans in attendance, and we don't want to disappoint you. And let's face it, with the competition we're seeing tonight, we definitely won't. So let's head into our final game of day 1 for more action with Takata and Levin.
Can't get too ahead of ourselves just yet, though, Frankie, because this is still just day 1 of the Major Grands competition. And you have to remember, yes, closing out the day with a strong performance, always an excellent feeling, Levin, but we've already been seeing some of the micro adjustments from so many of our teams in these off-spawn scenarios, and that's likely only going to keep going up as the tourney goes on.
So many lessons learned. My apologies there. Look, I think when you look at the way the first 5 games have gone, it's clear what we have cooking up here in EU, and I think game number 6 will only be more of that. So let's jump right in.
Number 6.
I am glad I do have Taco by my side instead of Takata, because he started to try diss me there in that in-between game. I noticed. I don't know what that's all about. Maybe he's upset because Sires and Scary ain't doing as hot as he thought they would, or something like that. You know, he doesn't like to see, you know, cringe and try the UK boys bossing it. But either way, here in this final game, over at Custer Closed, a lot less chaotic than what we've been seeing. I'm curious as to where Ping and Ghost are now, because that's obviously the fight we've been watching here all day long.
And look, part of me gets it, because first 5 lobbies, not the off spawn outcome that you would want. Trying to see if they can shift course at the tail end of the day. But part of it's also, Levin, just a lot of these teams sort of reflecting on their current position on the leaderboard. And yes, there is a 2-day format, but even still, you're not the only duos looking to try and have that resurgence in points. And now we see problems building. Velo, Zynox getting active against the likes. Hellfire, Winter, Johnny Buka, Latte landing just in a bit of a dispute for who's actually going to take it all home. And looks like Velo and Zynox had proper third-party intervention, because they've swooped in and stolen the spotlight.
Look, if this new era of, you know, EU Fortnite is just a bunch of British players just bossing it, like, I'm more than fine. I'm here for it, you know. I will be here for many more years if this is what we get to watch. Of course, you do have the Danes. You can never forget the Danes. They seem to just completely dominate EU Fortnite.
Production won't let us forget the Danes.
Yeah, no, they won't. But look, rightfully so. I think they ran the stat earlier about how like the past 3 FNCS wins in EU have had a Danish player. And, you know, at the rate Sky and Scroll are playing, it might be 4. So you got to put some respect on the Danes. This Dane in particular, though, Thomas HD, is one who is still looking for more and more of that respect. Of course, they've not had the best of starts to the day. They've been here fighting against Kiwi and Rick, or Kiwski, sorry, and Rick all day long. And more often than not, they've come out on top of this fight, but it hasn't converted Taco into, you know, high-scoring games apart from that last one.
And it's replicating that sort of magic from the last lobby that Thomas and Focus are going to be on the hunt for to close out game number 6 of day 1. 2 eliminations, though, already under the belt. Definitely a nice start here, but Savage and Truly, a spot of trouble here now as Nathan and Nebs are going to be the ones giving chase. And this could be such a bad shutdown. Just toying with Savage at the end of it all, playing with their food, but this is a very tough break right now for Savage and Truly, given the day that they had for things to sort of collapse at the final seconds. Fortunately, they do still have day 2, but they would definitely like to keep building up points from day 1.
Yeah, this was one I was interested in as well. Obviously, we know Wi-Fi and Boris have been giving Chino and Pablo problems all day long. And this time around, it looks like the fight just outside of Sinister is where they will focus their attention. For now, Cringe and Twy will take Hari out. That is, again, significant. We're still here in day 1. But when you have our teams at the top of the leaderboard battling it out like this, that is not going to be favorable whatsoever. Hari, Cammy, not known for their mid-game fighting prowess. That is where Cringe and Twy have them beats, known for their endgame excellence. And Cringe and Twy not even trying to give them an opportunity to make it to endgame now.
Look, there were rumors at the start of the day that Cammy and Hari were going to be potentially contested. That didn't actually come to fruition. Cammy and Hari have been able to sort of ride things out the way that they were anticipating, but Cringe and Twy forcing Bimbo and Radeon away from that off spawn super early on by just dominating the outcome there, now have set themselves up to be in that kind of position where they can surprise Cammy and Hari, just really catching them off guard like that. And it is going to cause so much delay now. We saw Cammy sort of tucked away, hiding. And not only that, but you've got to recover your Surge. You've got to recover your duo. Hope that you can make a reboot later on. You hope that Cringe and Twy decide to go elsewhere, but like, they got a taste of what it's like to be in first place, Levin, and it doesn't seem like they're opting to try and let go of that control with the end of the day results.
Yeah, not at all. They're trying to create separation. They're trying to create a gap and put UK back on the map. Of course, our good friend Venno, who used to be the one responsible for all of our UK wins, has moved over to NA to conquer that region. And he's left a hole that Cringe and Twy will try and fill.
And no more losing recipes for you guys, though. Just based off of what Cringe and Twy have been able to cook up on the day. iDrop and Gonzo, though, we've seen this duo have some struggles, but for the most part, they have definitely set themselves up into a decent point of contention. Granted, that first place site, 206 points theirs versus Cringe and Twy, leading with 324. It is quite the gap that has accrued between these teams in the top 5. Still, iDrop and Gonzo, the fact of the matter is, they've clearly got a decent amount of gas left in the tank, and they want to make sure that they don't hit the brakes too early. They want to try and close out with a solid day 1, and part of it is lying in wait, but the longer they sit here, the easier it'll be for a third party to potentially shut them down after the fact. They do seem like they get the surprise, though, on Twek and Mydro. It's Twy and Cringe Like they saw 4 elimination points each, and they're trying to get every single one of them that they can.
I ain't complaining. What's up? Oh, guys, come on, chill out. No UK on UK violence, guys. Come on, let's come on. Pink and Harris, they need the points as well. The day's not been the strongest, so let's leave them be, please, friends. But the reality is, you kind of highlighted it. The way these guys have been playing, they're looking to desperately capitalize on any extra limb points they can, right? And so it's not common that we'll see them sort of leave people alone. But in this case, Pink and Harris having the high ground will give them control of the pace of this one. The pace of this one is changing, though, because iDrop and Gonzo are looking to take the fight to Twek now.
Gave them that false sense of security when they were using the vending, and Gonzo iDrop will be able to find what they were after. They sat it out. They made it work. Saw them sneaking about from the bushes, and well played to iDrop. Made sure to really make those shots count with that mythic pistol, and well, every starting point is just going to be all the more beneficial here as other teams kind of sneaking up on each other. Deemish and Dar a bit split from the other, but they've got Kenty and Fruzy sandwiched right between them, smack dab in the middle of it. Deemish ready to collapse now after getting that initial shield crack, and not only that, but he's got Darm also working alongside him.
Yeah, and this duo is interesting because they come into this game in 19th place, and I think the reality is if these guys didn't make Summit, if these guys didn't make Globals, it would be quite a disappointment, right? I think when you think about the best Polish team this year, most people often will think of Dam and Deemish before they think of Cammy and Hari. And so it's good to see Cammy and Hari throwing themselves back into that category, into that conversation. Obviously, this game, a bit of a distraction and a takeaway from that. And the point of what I'm saying here is we want to see better from Dam and Deemish. Of course, the Osborne situation isn't ideal, but I feel like we've seen them make the most of really scuffed Osborne situations plenty of times. Oh no, look at the arrows coming in, Pink and Harris. They hear this reboot and they do not want to let it happen, or they do actually want to let it happen so that they can get the damage on Hari as he flies on in.
But I will not stream on
that's exactly what they'll do, Taco.
Stream.
Barely even gets the chance to try and cut the cord, but again, Pink Harris immediately seizing that opportunity. Cammy has managed to survive though, but realizing that all that time invested just playing for that initial reboot, and now he's still being locked into a position, restricted for which way he can even go. And if you just take a look at the map, Levin, you can see there just seems to be no openings for Cammy to properly look for a reboot. He is way off in no man's land. And even if he makes another play here for Hari, the team that's still boxed up and wonky could potentially look to shut it down.
Quite literally as far as you can possibly be right now. And honestly, this is just the darkest timeline for Cammy and Hari here. Not the game 6 they would have been hoping for. On the other side of the Polish front, Dam picking up the pace. It's what I said I wanted to see from them, and so hopefully they can close today out strong and maybe push themselves into a top 10 position.
Like this though, from Vico and Malabuka. A little bit of a calmer setting. Just floating around the map off these various launch pads, and obviously always got to be a bit wary whenever you are gliding through the skies. Even if you are inside of the storm, you know there's very likely to be other teams nearby still waiting to kind of take advantage of these straggler rotations. But iDrop Gonzo, not too far away from where we just saw Vico and Malabuka boxed into. Velo and Synox, bit of a different scenic route here on the rotation.
Yeah, W rotation, bro.
I mean, we've seen people making these rotations. Of course, you can see them on the far right of the map. They're going to look to wrap all the way around, which they should be able to do. Oh no, Velo, buddy, come on, you gotta get back on. We ain't got much time to waste here, buddy.
Yo.
I was hoping to see this happen eventually. We do finally see, I think he will look to cut in now a bit more though, instead of the full wraparound, which is still fine. What do we have here? A bit of revenge at play maybe for Cammy, trying to get some damage onto Cringe and Twy. Not uber successful though, and so again, his journey on to the safe zone will continue.
Sheesh, bro, Cammy's not doing that well, bro.
Unsure if it was fully intentional. I know we're about to tap into seeing some eliminations here out of Malabuka. First one onto Maldives, second at Larix. So definitely always nice to have those additional points here between the two. But going back to the conversation about Cammy and Hardy, the fact that it was Cringe and Twy, Levin, they likely saw Cammy and realized that with Hari in the elimination feed, getting knocked and eliminated by Pink and her wrist, they probably got a good indication of where Cammy was at. And I'm almost wondering if they opted to rotate and sit inside of Wonky because they knew he wouldn't have many other options other than to go as far fringe of the map as possible to try and make another reboot play happen.
By the underdogs. Wait, what?
That was the original intention there. Well played to those two. They've certainly done just about everything right other than closing out this game with the top 3 placement to ensure that they'll at least be leading the day before the end of this first 6 games.
Sky and Scroll, this is their chance to try and catch up and finish the day in first. Cringe and Twy have been so impressive. For Sky and Scroll, we know what their level is. We know what their ceiling is. I think the question for Cringe and Twy is still a question mark. Swizzy, Pixie slowed down a bit. Cammy officially out of this one, and so that will be the end of the road for Cammy and Hari on day 1. Still an impressive account of themselves, but an opportunity here for the likes of Swizzy on our screens to maybe catch up if he can put on a solo masterclass. And that's a good start. Picks Polo up. No, the finish doesn't come in time. Oh.
Part of the pain that's involved when you get stuck in these fights inside of the 5 ticks and whatnot, and it just becomes all the more problematic later on down the line. But we are seeing the log thin out at a relatively rapid rate here in comparison to these first 5 games of the day, Levin. Sfiden also all by himself, not a whole lot of material to work with either. He'll definitely be in dire need of a refresh as this lobby draws on, but Sky and Scroll seeming to be in one of the better positions. Haven't yet spotted out where Cringe and Twy are as counterparts, but part of the problem might also be what was taking place with them off screen. Cringe and Twy. That early little spat against the likes of Ari and Cammy, surprisingly enough, not actually doing them any favors in the long run. They just get caught out.
I'm so glad we brought up the leaderboard here, because I was just going to say, is anybody in the top 5 other than Sky and Scroll up anymore? I mean, we've seen all the big hitters go down now. The next closest team is Idra and Gonzo, who are still 100 points away. This is a real opportunity now for Sky and Scroll here to end the day sitting comfortably in first place, and for Idra and Gonzo to make up for some of those games lost.
So weird, bro.
I think also for iDrop, it could be a very big starting point, because you have to think about his reputation also when it comes to grand finals lobbies. Oftentimes, people kind of brush it off as, well, it's just not going to net him the strong placement finish that you would expect. Doesn't matter what the Divisional Cup finals or any of that looks like throughout any given chapter. iDrop just not necessarily known for the best performances in the actual grands lobbies themselves. So this time, he could look to try and change that narrative up, depending on how day 1 actually pans out. And Gonzo certainly seeming to do some pretty big favors here. 5 eliminations already, 4 of them being on iDrop. So very evident that these two have been getting rather active off of those initial eliminations onto Ekimidro earlier on, but they're not the only ones looking about. Vico and Malibuco also setting themselves up nicely here as iDrop finds yet another pickoff. He's just going to wait. I was just so far away from where he was at. Deemish, I believe, and sure enough, we'll be able to close it out. They are 5-5-5 pretty much heading into these next couple of moments.
Yeah, what a performance from iDrop today, man. I mean, you look at the journey he's been on, all the blame and the hate he got after the poor results of iDrop and Marius so far this year. And right now he is putting on a very respectable performance. But it's about the consistency. It's about replicating this again tomorrow and closing out today in a strong fashion. The rotation will begin. Gonzo will have to pause for a moment. Nebs and Nathan will oversee the lobby from above.
Looking great.
Cringe and Twy, our first place UK team.
It's end game number 6.
On the longer in this one, and so it's going to be up to Nebs and Nathan to rep for the UK here. They like to do things in a different way to Cringe and Twy, who typically look for control on the low ground. These guys want to play high. And Sky and Scroll, this has to be a good game for them. Their biggest threat in these end games, Taco, has been full control over the low ground due to Cringe and Twy's presence. Now they don't have to worry about that. What possibilities does that open up? Could this be another win for them, the 3rd on the day?
It's crazy that we just witnessed the entirety of our top 5, by the way, disappear one by one to now only being Sky and Scroll left over. And it's just like you said, how far can they really take it? And whether or not anyone is going to be able to try and close that gap even a little bit, because there is quite some distance to overcome right now in terms of leaderboard standing. Shark, Teeny, another team looking to try and potentially challenge for height here, but first they'll have to deal with the likes of Malibuca and Vika, who are directly overhead, doing what they can to just hold their own floors. But at the same time, Sky, Scroll, largely uncontested in this ultimate low ground frontside position. And it's like almost like watching autopilot, because we know exactly what they're capable of when they have this type of control over the low ground. And they are exhibiting in true fashion exactly why they became known as such demons of low ground in the first place. But still looking to build up even more eliminations wherever they can, making their way over the hill face. And just like that, Gear is actually going to shut it down. The program now shifting, and it's all on Sky's shoulders.
Oh, what a zone. Does he have enough time? Will he go for it? I don't think he will. I thought he had pulled back fully, but no, it goes towards the east, and so no time here for the res, but enough time to still keep some control here in the lobby. And we know what Sky's capable of in a clutch. Nathan and Nebs will get chopped, and it looks like Shark and Teeny are finally trying to take a win, claim some space in this lobby, and make the comeback attempt happen. The cone will completely block Nathan off, and that gives Teeny full control of height.
Nice.
And sending Nebs and Nathan packing. Teeny still not done. They'll be able to get one knock there. The elimination after the fact, just adding additional points wherever they can find them. Sky doing a great job, though, at blocking any sort of line of sight for the time being. Will manage to pick off Scary along the way. Saya's just looking to see if he can escape, but Sky still by his lonesome clearly cannot spend any extra time inside of the storm. There's going to be taking away at him if he's not careful, but still, these mid layers just sort of duking it out with each other. But TD and Shark, talk about makeup points, and at this point, Levin, we are looking at them posturing for a victory royale to close the day off.
What a spot to be in. Not the greatest for Sky, though. He's trying his best, and he will connect with Bimbo. The siphon will come through, and that was all it will hold. Shark and Teeny will quickly wipe the rest of the lobby out. They end the day with a dub, and a much-needed one if they have any chance of a comeback in day 2.
Look, we just don't worry about the first 5 games that took place here for Shark and Teeny, because ultimately they found their victory royale. So, Desk, let's hear it.
Thank you very much to Taco and Levin for that fantastic cast and just fantastic commentary all day. And what a result for Shark and Teeny. In my words, did they need it to Carter, because it's been a difficult day so far.
The first game that they made it into top 10 was that, and they won it. I'm hoping. I know a lot of people are hoping the same thing, and it's a crazy day two. Normally you'd think it's Swizzy Pixie that have that big day two, but maybe this weekend, Mini, it's going to be Shark and Teeny.
Well, yeah, you know what you just said there just made me a little bit scared for all the other teams in the lobby. It's the first time they made it into the top 10, and it's the first time they've won, of course. Is this now the beginning of their run, finally, for Shark and Teeny? Have they finally awoken? It's taken them almost every single game today to actually do it, of course, finally doing it in the very last one. And yeah, these guys have showed us in that game what is lurking, what is lying under, what's been covered up throughout the entire day. We've just talked about it throughout the day. They have the ability, they have the capability to do it in these end games. They just haven't been getting there. So now they've made it to one. Hopefully they can bounce back tomorrow as well.
I hate to be a party pooper as well, but outside of Sky and Scroll, the rest of the top 5, they didn't even make it to the end game. So I want to celebrate Shark and Teeny literally being on top, on the high ground, and managing to take that victory royale. But to Carter, I don't feel like they're fully out of the woods yet.
Definitely not. I'm very curious to see how the leaderboard actually looks now after that, because like you mentioned, Sky Scroll were the only duo in the top 5 who ended up making it through, and there it is. They have extended their gap from first to the rest of the leaderboard. This is exactly what we were looking from them, Mini.
Yeah, this is good from these guys. This is exactly what they needed to do. Like Frankie mentioned, a lot of those top teams weren't inside of that end, but this was uber important for them to actually find success in this end game. And what I actually really liked about this end game was, yeah, they were fragging out, they were popping off, doing exactly what they do best. But it was this moment right here. Scroll went down. I was just shouting at the screen, revive him, but he didn't. Sky relied on his own solo ability, which we've praised them for so much this year, but hasn't been the case this season. We spoke about it at the beginning of the show. They haven't been as good in these solo clutch situations. So this made me really happy, because it shows that they're playing with confidence. They have that solo clutch prowess about them. They're playing a little bit more confidently, I guess you have to say, as a solo. And that's exactly what won them the Major 1. So could it be a force to be reckoned with again tomorrow and win them the Major 2?
And as you say, Amini, it's just incredible to see Sky perform like that, because he had to do it across 3 zones. Scroll went down in zone 9. The awareness of the way that the zone was moving around him, the shots he had to take, the fact he clutched second there, that is one of the things that sets this duo apart, even though we've hadn't had to see them really do it on their own today. So that makes us very excited going into day 2. But let's take a look at the rest of the standings. Cringe and Twy, I mean, what a day 1 performance from them. And moving into the second page. Now, tomorrow we'll talk a bit more about the cutoff in terms of the duos that have already qualified. We're probably looking right now at, I believe, probably the top 14, because Size and Scary, they're one of our qualified duos. Frosty and Josh, they've kind of gone under the radar today, but they've been fairly consistent. Pix and Firing, also good to see them in with a shot. But one of the duos that have qualified is Dom and Demas, and it feels like they've kind of fallen off towards the end of the day to Carter.
Yeah, we actually haven't spoken too much about this duo. They started off, I want to say, incredibly strong. They got an 11th and 9th, but since then it has not been looking good. They finished now with a 20th and 6 eliminations, I believe. So they're kind of in that range, mid-high end of the leaderboard. But as you mentioned, top 14 is currently who qualifies you to the Global Championship. 15th is actually Thomas and Focus, who are already there as well. So it's getting closer and closer outside of that top 10 of what you actually need to make it all the way through. So we'll see if that changes throughout the day tomorrow.
Well, there are going to be some duos definitely looking to make changes. I'm sure Shark and Teeny will be taking a look at their games from today and trying to action plan for tomorrow. Also, I imagine Pablo, Chino, Mini Minor, they found themselves contested from game 2 onwards, and it wasn't going their way.
Yeah, it wasn't. They've had a couple of decent moments in today, but not quite to the heights we would have expected from a team like Pablo and Chino. But when I'm looking at that leaderboard, I just see lots of opportunity in so many different areas. You see opportunity in the top 5. You see Shark and Teeny moving their way up to the top 5. I just wanted to check to make sure because they've sort of been a bit lower down, but they've kept themselves in contention. They've kept themselves in the running. And even for teams like Cringe and Twy, yeah, that last game, not so great. We've seen such great things from them throughout the day that they need to be able to rest on that ability and that knowledge that they have performed so well in those other games where they have been able to make it into the end game, and think less about that last game. But that is something that worries me. It's like, are they going to go into tomorrow with that little bit of doubt in their minds based on how that game 6 went? I really hope not, because they've been doing so well.
We've got so many experienced duos in this lobby, the likes of Swizzy, Pixie, Vico Malabuka. We've been talking about Shark and Teeny. For them, they're going to be able to reset going to Dame 2. But will they be bringing a championship-winning battle plan? We have to wait and see tomorrow. Right now, though, we have got to say goodbye, but stick around because in about 2.5 hours, we're going to have the NA Central broadcast here, which is going to be unbelievable. So we can't wait to watch that one. But for right now, let's sound that horn.
All right, game 1 went to Truly and Savage. Game 1 winners. Game 1 went to Mr. Savage and Truly. Game 2 went to Pixie and Swizzy. Game 3 went to Sky and Skull. Game 3 went to Sky and Skull. Game 4 went to Sky and Scroll. 4. So we got 2 back-to-back wins for Sky and Scroll. Then we have the return of Focus and Thomas for game number 5. Game number 5. And then game number 6 went to Shark and Teeny. Not bad. Not bad at all. Alright, guys. That's it for the stream today, guys. That's it for the stream today, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. I will watch NA, but I will not be streaming it. So yeah. But I will stream NA tomorrow in Fortnite Legends Landing. So make sure y'all tune in to watch NA, because it's gonna be a blast. We got Peter Bon Pollo, Clicks and Rapid, and Corner Bolts. We have all the favorites to win. But yeah. All right, guys. Peace. Love y'all, and I'll see y'all tomorrow for NA. Peace.